it's time to go.
From the hills and hollers of southern Indiana to the Lone Star State of Texas, we are the hunters of the paranormal. Truth seekers, mount up.
Hello, everybody. We're back again. We've got another amazing guest with us. His name is Chad Argotanza. Did I say that right, Chad?
Yep, that's correct.
He's a ufologist, and he's been involved in the paranormal for 35 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, more actually.
35 plus. All righty. We're going to have some discussions here about the paranormal. We're going to cover all kinds of topics, and we're just going to see where the road takes us, guys. And without further ado, here we go. All right, Chad, what would you like to talk about first?
Well, I figure I should probably bona fide myself and give a reason why I do this, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I'm before I tell this story, I'm going to say that I'm going to tell this to show people that I'm not a godless freak, you know. So when I was 9, I had been going to church for a few years and was in a Baptist church, and my mother and my father didn't go to church. It was just me and my little sister, and I'd drag her off to church with me each Sunday, you know. And after I'd gone to church for a few years, I understood the point of being saved. So as a 9-year-old, I went and told my pastor that I wanted to be saved. You know, I wanted to be baptized. And it was a beautiful Baptist church, had a big, you know, the big pool up front, you know, and everybody showed up. And I was nervous, of course. And we went, you know, back at the changing area, and I put on a little gown. He said, now, when we go in here, he said, I'm just going to say a few words, and I'm going to put my hand behind your head. I'm going to lay you down in the water. He said, I'm going to hold your nose. He said, and we're going to practice here. And he kind of practiced and did it, you know. And he said, there's no need to panic. It's just going to be about 5 seconds. And he showed me how long it was. And he said, I'm going to set you back up, and everybody's going to probably clap, and then we come back down here in just a minute and get our clothes checked. I said, okay, you know. And we get out there, and the first strange experience, the second strange experience, but the first really, really strange experience of my life happened. When I went under the water, I could see a little boy and a man in front of me through water. And I thought, what am I seeing? And in just a flash of a second, I realized it's me being baptized by this preacher. And I heard a sound in my head that didn't use ABC or 1, 2, 3, if you know what I mean. You know?
Yeah.
It was just like it spoke into my soul. And it said, you've done a good thing. This is real basic, you know, what transpires here is real basic. And I look back on the scared child I was in that moment, right? And I said back to it, will I be okay? You know, because I was worried about being baptized, you know. In the Baptist church, boy, if you ain't baptized, you ain't going to heaven, you know. Mm-hmm. So that was my question to the voice, the sound. It was, will I be okay? And this is a part that I've struggled with ever since. It said, for a time you're going to stray, but in the end you'll come back to me. And at that moment, I sat up out of the water.
Wow.
Make a long story short, from there, we walked down to go change our clothes. And of course, I'm trying to sputter out what just happened to me to this preacher, you know? But I could see us, sir. I could see us. And I was talking to God, you know. And he, you know, downplayed it. And I can understand how he would. But as a 9-year-old child, it changed my life.
Wow. How profound is that?
I don't
Wow.
know. I'm still trying to figure it out.
It was
So
it. So the voice, was it more like a knowing? It was just like your whole body got the message. If that makes
it was
sense.
audible in my head. Like it was audible in my head. You know, like it
Yes.
was, and the sound of it. So the first time it ever happened, I was about 5, and I'm coming around the backside of a trailer, and I'm with my dog Candy, and I'm right at the edge of the trailer, and a big booming, huge sound voice in my head said, "Stop!" And when it did, I didn't stop because it said stop. Like being hit by lightning, it just froze me in place. And my uncle was against the trailer with a 410 shooting my baby food jars off of the top of the fence post. And the shot would have went right down and probably through my head. But that was the first time I ever heard anything strange. Is at 5. I don't know how many 5-year-olds go psychotic, so so that's why I said it was actually the second thing that ever happened to me. But the first thing was really profound because I didn't really understand the incidents with my 2 uncles and the shotgun until I was in my teens. You know, it didn't
Mm-hmm.
really dawn on me until because going through the years of research, the decades of research, you find a way to go back and re-inventory the cargo because you
Yeah.
got to make sense of it somewhere. All the things you learn being in this for so long. But
Were you sensitive to electricity when you was younger? If
no.
that makes sense to you, because
Oh, I know exactly how that makes sense, but no, oddly, I wasn't.
okay.
So my family does have, strangely enough, what can be called possible abduction events. So my mother tells the story of her and my aunt when they were young kids sitting in a cabin. I'm telling you, this is in the middle 50s, and they're hillbillies. There's no windows in the basement of this cabin. My grandfather had built it out of wood off the land he'd bought, so that's the type of people these were. And I get them to tell it every Thanksgiving. But so a green ball came in, went along their wall, up the top of the wall, stopped right in the center of their bed for just a second, and carried on and went out the wall. So that is highly suspect. What I've learned over the decades. There is my uncle who said at the time that was being woke up by a little old man shaking his toe. But that story, I guess, after getting them all to talk about it, had evolved from at first he was telling them, "Mom, the girls are coming in and waking me up and shaking my toe and pulling my blankets." And the girls said, "No, we're not." And then it evolved, I guess, into this old man doing this. And it come down to one night. My grandmother's dead now, but I guess one night up the draw behind the house, a light come down the draw and lit up the whole backside of the house. My grandmother, I questioned her myself at the time. I was a young, inquisitive, you know, into this. So, and I'm the one that got them all to talk about it in the first place. But she said that the light came down right close to the back of the house. And she tried to wake Jay up. And Jay couldn't wake up. And that Randy came around the corner and said, "Mom, what's that light?" And Randy confirmed that he remembered coming around the corner and asking him, "Mom, what's that light?" And then said that at the time his sisters, my mother and my aunt, would have been across the room, but they don't remember none of it. And they don't remember anything past that. So is there things that could have been abduction events? Yes. Have I self-analyzed myself to see if I'm an abductee? Shit. So many times. And it seems as though I am not.
You're not an abductee, or you are?
No, I am not.
You're not an abductee. Okay.
Yeah, and if I am an abductee, then I would be one of the percentile that I think is out there that they never know. And they don't live the lives of high strangeness that many other abductees do live.
Mm-hmm.
So So, and then I got chased by Bigfoot one time when I was 13. I don't want to go into that here. I've gone into it before. I didn't like retelling it. It still just makes you feel like crap. Maybe sometime I'll tell it to y'all, but
Okay.
I don't want to go into it. But I got chased off a fishing trip behind my grandfather's house by a Bigfoot. And it either said to me or mine spoke to me the word fish.
Oh wow.
Fish. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a good.
I don't
That's a
know
good.
if it. Go ahead. Yeah, so that happened at 13. And then I had a friend that I'd met when I was 10 that had told me that he was and that he talked to aliens. And, you know, you listen to him tell his stories. And I was always the guy that he would tell the stories because he could tell me alien stories and I could tell him Bigfoot stories, you know? So we were kind of just weirdos in a pod together back then. We wound up in a band together and stuff. But he came by my house one weekend and was just in a different mood. His father, I believe, beat him a lot because of the things that were happening in his house that he didn't understand. And I think he blamed Jason for it because of him seeing some stuff in Jason's room before. And
Wow.
so Jason ran away and came over to my house, stayed a weekend, and long story short, he wound up dead later at the beginning of the week.
Oh
I don't know.
man.
Yeah, I still don't know how he died. His dad didn't go to jail. So,
Oh man, that's sad.
yeah, he told me a lot of really strange things, though, about the aliens those couple of days that I've still not heard a lot of people talk about or reported about. So I don't really talk about them. I keep them as part of my own personal nomenclature, which that'll bring me to where we're at now.
Okay.
So you take those experiences, by the time you're 17, you're pretty much ruined.
Yeah.
You're ruined. I got
Yes.
news. Your ambitions is not to have a fast car or a hot looking girl. You know, it's just not. You want to know what's going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what set me on the path I was on, to find out largely what happened to myself. And I don't know. I don't know, really. Of course, being
Hey,
chased
hey,
down by
hey,
Bigfoot
Chad.
was.
Hey, Chad. I was going to ask you. Did you ever have sleep paralysis when you were a child?
No, I did have a few nosebleeds, but no, never had any sleep paralysis.
Did you have nosebleeds on a regular basis? Because I had them all the time when I was a kid.
Me
So
too.
it sounds. Let's see. Okay, so we got to get into something here, fellas.
Yes, sir.
These are the things that I think make me unique in the world of ufology. Okay,
Okay.
having had these experiences early in my life, I in tandem chased them both down. So I watched everything I could when I was a kid. All the Charlton Heston stuff, and you know, I knew Grover Krantz. All of those guys were when no one cared that I knew who they were. They was scared that I played guitar. You know, or that I was a good soldier. So in chasing all this down, I realized about 13 years ago, 12 years ago, so that I had many of the pieces to the puzzle that I'd been looking for my whole life, but that I had to figure out a nomenclature that I could lay down over the everything. Seems large, right? And
Mm-hmm.
have it make sense to me. I'm a Virgo. I'm very tedious. I got my job in the military because I had extreme math skills. If there's a problem and it vexes me, I gotta find it. I gotta find what it is, and I'm not gonna stop until I know. So
Wow.
I began to notice when YouTube started to get big that, if y'all remember at the time, it was real easy to find crazy videos of
Oh
just
yeah.
wild stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure
Okay.
was.
So I loved the beginning of those days because I could just consume somebody's actual event right there on video. You knew that it was absolutely real. I learned so many things in there. And you know what I learned most of all?
What's that?
So many of the very good Bigfoot researchers had nearly every single symptom of being a contactee.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Connect the dots.
Yes, sir.
that's right. That's right. So I'm nobody. I don't care to tell anybody, but drive my friends buck wild with it, and they're sick hearing it, But I'm steady watching through the years. Yeah, it had orbs, and every time mine had orbs, mine disappeared into orbs, and I knew
Yeah,
when it
there's just
happened.
there's just way too many people out there that have reported UFOs and cryptids. You can't discredit it.
Thank you, thank you.
That's right.
Well, here's the problem with all that. Ufology has been smashed down by the government and other outside agencies for so long, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
The
sir.
ufology has this knee-jerk reaction to anything. Well, Bigfoot, UFO, what? Oh, hey, don't talk to me. Get away, get away. And basically the problem is they have enough problems trying to get people to understand that the things that we now have tens of millions of pictures in the sky are something, and people still like, yeah, there's no such thing as aliens. So I understand they have that problem. They don't want to add cryptids on board. Real problem with that is that if you follow ufology to its obvious ends to find where the information's really at, you're forced to deal with cryptids, and you're forced to deal with hybrid beings, and you're forced to deal with this stuff. So I'm not shying away from it. I don't care what ufology thinks of me. I don't. I can tell you that 75% of them are pariahs, and they're out there doing nothing but selling books, baby. They're out there selling tickets so you can come and see their vacation to Turkey.
exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay? But they don't really know anything. You notice some of them, though, the ones that drive me even crazier, are the ones that get in there and they start telling incredible intricacies about things. And there is no way that one person knows such incredible intricacies after 2 years of being in the subject, period.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't.
You know,
Those
you know,
people.
Chad. You really brought up a good point there at the beginning, where you said that when the internet, really, when the internet first came out, you said YouTube, but when
Yeah,
the
when the
internet,
internet.
when the internet first came out, like I would remember, like back, my mom had one of the first ones. It was called Prodigy. And I used to go on that thing when I was a kid. I'd go on that thing and dig, just like you're saying, and I was looking for everything. And the people nowadays that's just now catching up on the internet, they have no idea of the stuff
They
that we
don't.
we could find back then, and it was
Yeah.
the best stuff you could
You know,
ever.
yeah.
You could ever get. I mean, you could get UFOs and Bigfoot. Everything was on there, and they have wiped that stuff out. They
I
have
got an
wiped.
incredible one about 4 years ago. It's been wiped. It's on my. It was in my page's evidence list under new humans.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was so. I take this will sound excessive, and it is, but that's how you learn. I take a week or two to pilfer YouTube now. I will spend 12 to 16 hours a day going through page after page after page after page after page to find that new guy with a new channel who's having experiences. No one in the community knows him, but he's got 12 subs.
There you go.
So I find those guys, and and I try to learn from what they're doing. If I can get a hold of them, help them. Wait, I forgot where I was going with this.
About the stuff you could find on the internet that's not there anymore. It's been wiped clean.
Oh yeah, what I found 4 years ago. So I type into the algorithm something along the lines of strange dog creature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it gives me the 41st here. This is the crapola we want you to see, and I'm peeling down through. And I get to an old boy that's got like 8 subs or something, and he says, "Caught this," and it said something like, "Caught this outside my shed," and it was like a minute and 10 seconds long, and I swear to you, boys, it was 2 old boys sitting in a big farm mechanic shed. It had a concrete floor. It's pretty good. It's maybe 40 yards across, 80 yards deep. He had a bunch of farm equipment and stuff. They both had big, deep, deep Southern accents, and they had this little wolf creature. And he told the story about how it was out behind his shed and his dog cornered it. He chased it down, snatched it up, and here it is. And it was alive. You could see it. And he said, "I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I reckon there's bigger ones out there. I should probably let it go before its mom or dad come out here and try to kill me." It wasn't 2 weeks. Wow. That channel was gone.
We found one. I found one. It was a picture or a video in like the end of a neighborhood, like a dead end road of a neighborhood, and it had it looked like a bear walking out through the field, and the guy zoomed in on it, and the bear stood up and turned, and it was a Sasquatch, a Bigfoot, and it walked it back into the woods. But that footage was so clear and so good, it was like that thing knew that it was being filmed, and it was trying to mimic a bear, just the way that it was down on all fours. And they took that thing down, and we ain't been able to locate it since. I've been looking and searching, doing deep searches, and I cannot find it again.
I'd say those guys got done the way Bob did down in Texas. They got told, "Look, you're going to cease and desist, or something really, really, really bad's going to happen."
They know which ones are real, and they're erasing them.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. So
there's a lot out there.
You see all that information that came up through them, right? And I'm steady watching these researchers that are going in the field, and I'm not going to say any names, okay? I'm just not. That's on them. They obviously don't want people to know that they are full-on contactees, that they've had strange, weird experiences and this and that. And some people are okay with it, okay? So I'm not going to out anybody, but I can tell you there are major names out here that I can just go down the checklist. Did you have nosebleeds? Did you have fear of owls? Anything that the big-eyed creatures mess with you? Did you have dreams of being on a spaceship? Did you feel like you were from a different... I mean, I can just go down the list, and they'll just probably check everyone, But then if I were to say to them in public, "I think you're a contactee," well, first of all, it's not really cool in a way, but their knee-jerk reaction is, "No, I'm not." Even when you're sitting alone with them, it's, "No, I'm not." Yeah, you are. Well, once I had this experience. I tell you a real commonality between researchers that are contactees. That's that weird age of 8. At 8 years old, I saw a hairy man in the backyard. 8 years old, me and Grandpa saw one down the field way. 8 years old, I had one tapping on the window. 8 years old is a real strange age for that type of stuff. It's kind of like a 411 type of thing,
Yeah.
You look at one and it's coincidence, and then all of a sudden, when you ain't got enough fingers and toes to add up how many times it was 8, you're like, what's something about 8?
I like how you put this together, Chad, with the abductee experience in the Bigfoot world. But they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. It's
the Bigfooters don't want to hear it either.
Yeah, but to me, I want to hear it all, because I know what I've experienced and I know what I've seen out there, and it wasn't from this planet.
There
And
we
if
go.
if it was from this planet, then there's things out there that we don't know anything about.
So it's time for me to rock some socks. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to encompass my idea real quick. I kind of basically have. And that is that several major researchers are actually contactees. They understand their contact, whether in a small way or in a bigger way, but they have some recollection of being on a ship, of seeing a gray in its face, of having one in a room. And there are men who go out here and hunt for these things. They don't have any of this paranormal stuff happen, right? Or if they do have something paranormal happen, it's they may be visited later that night and they're told by a black ominous figure, you're going to stop. You're going to quit doing this and you're going to do it now, right? So you get
Yes, sir.
two. That's the way it is. Like you either have
It
no
is.
strangeness, or you have strangeness come tell you to stay away, or you just have Bigfoot and strangeness, right?
Yeah,
And why
you're
would all
absolutely
of
right.
those be so different? Why is there such a wide spectrum between that? I have written here, and let me find it. I have here written here. I'd like to teach the hunters a way to look at contact. This is a new frontier in contact. See, because many Bigfooters don't realize when they get out there and their instruments are doing nothing. They got here's a break. Oh, I can smell him. And there's a track. Instruments still doing nothing. You're dealing with just the animal. You're dealing with just the genetic being. Okay. When you step out there, and I see God, they understand enough to go out and go, wow, EM meter just went nuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they can't because they don't have the reams and volumes of reading real abductee testimony, of talking to abductees for 30 plus years. They don't understand that there's a whole huge part of what they just detected that they're going right by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
So when let's say two men step into the woods, and now they step into the woods and get out of the truck, they've got nothing on the EM emitter. All of a sudden the EM emitter goes like that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to tell what I have already put it in my nomenclature as what it is. That is the sentry.
Watching.
That is the sentry. It is the sentry's job to make hands-on. Now, I use my military training a little with this too. I was a forward observer in the military, and I actually kind of think about this in a militaristic way. It's the way I use my laser out the back door because I was trained with lasers and stuff. So
You know how to observe. You
that's
know how
right.
to. You pay attention to detail,
Yep. I also know how to cause a reaction.
and it makes a difference, doesn't it? Paying attention.
Yes, it does.
When you don't, then that it may mean your life, and that's the type of situation. So you have to be on point with that.
So I asked, I don't like to put people on front, but I don't think this is this big a deal. I wrote Dave Politis about 2 years ago, and I've been waiting about 8 years to ask him this question and to ever write a message to Mr. Politis. I wanted to make sure that if I was ever going to contact him, it better be a good idea and that it has to do with my research. So I wrote him and asked him, I said, to your knowledge, do you know if anybody who has ever disappeared been a contactee or someone has said they were a contactee? If so, were their shoes recovered or anything like that? And he wrote back, no and no. Thank you for your interest in my research, which tells me that there ain't nary been one contactee ever disappear out looking for the old dog man or the Bigfoot. Why would that be? Let's back up into ufology now, folks. In ufology, the abductee is the product. He or she are the product. And the alien civilization prize them. They hold them very valuable because whether people want to believe it or not, They make little creatures out of their DNA and the stuff they take from them. Period. It's happening and been happening for a long time. So if an abductee decides he doesn't want to do something, they'll shove them down. Or if it's a woman, they'll shove them down and jerk them up by the hair in order to force compliance. They'll go as far as to threaten people's lives, but they don't ever kill an abductee because they can't. They're part of the program, but they can sure threaten you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in a case that people can find on YouTube, a researcher that I hold in great esteem, her name is Dr. Carla Turner. She's dead now. You can find a lecture where she, for just a second, talks about how her and Barbara Baltholic have a case where seemingly the aliens had threatened to kill someone's relative and did so.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah. You will comply. So it's the only known case that and like I said, it's not my case. I've never had anybody get killed. I'm telling you, you can find it. I'll show it to you. And her implication is not ambiguous. She says it, and it seems as though they followed up on their threat.
Wow.
And she was probably trying to safeguard that information at the time, or she'd probably said, "And they did it." Now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to show you how important it is that the aliens get the compliance of the people in the program, and just how important the program is. Now, you take an abductee, a contactee, whatever you want to call them, and they've already had this life of high strangeness, so they're in a strange way, like me, without the contact. They learn at an early age things aren't the way they seem, and so they want to get out there and know them stuff. Their own stuff, you know, or maybe they've had strange things happen. One day when they're 34, Bigfoot's 40 yards away staring at them, and from then on, it's on like Donkey Kong. I call that a trigger event.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why do the aliens try to hide themselves in a contactee's life? And then maybe at some point when they're out looking for Bigfoot, all of a sudden go, "Okay, gloves off, boy, here it comes." You know what the answer to that is? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know they tried to hide from you for a long time, and now you're looking, and they're like, "Oh, well, fuck it, game on." Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Let it rip, Tater Chip.
It's what it seems to be, though, you know, because I spend decades in contemplation of many of these ideas. And I don't mean days, hours, I mean decades. You know, the second best ufologist that I know of is my wife.
Oh, wow.
Because she's subject to it all. I gotta have someone to talk to about it all, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So why any of this information out there, right? Where people can be like, "Well, yeah, I know that. I heard that." Well, the truth is that there ain't much of my research for the last 20 years that has been very upbeat. I would love to say, you know, the big furry's going to come out and shake hands with everybody. We're going to have a love fest, and then the aliens going to come down, and they're going to give us free energy. And sadly, it's not going to be anything like that.
You know, the way that I look at the alien thing is that we are going to be no more significant to them than an ant is underneath our shoe when we step on it.
You are exactly correct. They you know, you can't blame them for seeing us as a plague. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say you're one of these people. I'm not saying I am or aren't, but there's a lot of evidence for it. Let's say you're one of these people that say, "Okay, well, we're a derivative of Bigfoot. Seems pretty apparent. We're a dumbed down model. That's what you do when you dumb something down. The only genetic difference is brain works a little better, have a little higher sugar content, but basically we're a little frailer thing. It's almost like we genetically went backwards coming forward in time. Strangely enough.
Easier to control.
That's right. Well, I think they were trying to achieve something. Let's say if they're trying to evolve us into something, they're trying to achieve us. Is there evidence out there? Well, let's see. 26 different genetic changes that genetic scientists say they cannot account for. Okay, well, let's throw that in the toolbox. Oh, wait a minute. Here's another one thrown in the toolbox. About 3 or 4 years ago, Greg Braden comes out and tells everybody about the telomere capping. You guys heard that?
Yeah, I've heard about telomeres.
That's right. There's Genesis right there, baby.
Mm-hmm. When
Genesis chapter 6, verse 1. Let's go.
That's interesting.
That's it right there. And it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, that the sons of God, like Mike, Jeff, Jesus, Paul, and Jesus, decided that the daughters of them were fair. They took from them wives of all they chose, and bore children unto them. And there were giants in the earth in those days, men of great renown. And God came down. And everybody shivered and went, oh, crap. And God went, what is the freak show going on here? Look, I won't have this. I'm not going to let man live 70,000 years anymore. Look what he does. Look, you're going to live about 125 years, and that's it. Strangely, when you go and look at the recent DNA proof of gene number 2, that seems to be exactly what happened, is that an ancient genetic scientist took and put 2 caps on what is basically our fuel bottle.
So it kind of shortened our lifespan.
Oh, no, it definitely did. We don't know what it is, but it's like a fifth the size as it was or something, a sixth the size. Like, there's scientific papers on all this. Anybody doesn't believe me, just do your own research.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that the shorter your telomeres get, the less your lifespan is.
That's right. That's right. It's like a spring or something, and all the stuff in the middle is the stuff you need. And as it is spitting out stuff to replace your cells, that bottle gets shorter and smaller and smaller and smaller. So
that's like the holy grail. What they're looking for life extension technology to try to extend the telomeres.
You can bet China's doing it.
Oh man, you know what? If we've been talking about it for however many years since Dolly the sheep, they've already done it.
Yeah, they've already done it. I agree with you completely, man. Yeah,
I think they actually have hybrid soldiers and probably an army of genetically modified humans.
I'd say that it's so. I like to give percentages and stuff. Being a math freak, I give it over a 95 percentile that they have at least a 12-man squad that has been grown in the last 25 years to be nothing but killers. I agree.
I agree.
Do I think our government has the same? I think they did it first.
Yeah, I think so too.
Why?
I think
we
so
gotta
too.
be first, baby, in everything.
Yep.
So the years tick on. I'm watching these contactee / Bigfoot researchers sitting out there scratching their heads. Don't know where that orb came from. Boy, that was strange. Had an orb in my house the other day. That was weird. Got stuff moving around the house. Don't know why that is. Other Bigfoot researchers that go out for 5 years come back, ain't stuff moving around their house. They're not seeing orbs in the house, not having these experiences. That's because they are not the same to the experience. Now I jump back to the point where I said 2 men walk into the field and their EM meter starts going crazy. You're being scouted by the sentinel. The sentinel is probably airborne. Why? Because he who has height is able to see the valley.
Yep.
Okay? If I'm in my job as a forward observer, if I looked and saw 100 soldiers in the field, I'm going to think it's just 100 and call just a regular fire for effect. But if I'm up 80 yards, I can see there's 20,000 people in a line 100 yards wide. I can now call a divisional artillery adjustment and kill everybody. So that little bit of height gives you a completely different perspective. So why would we think the aliens would not use? Well, now I'm going to put a pause there again. We're going to go back and review alien tech. So I'm thinking on writing a book. And the first chapter has to be called Starting at the Beginning. Starting at the beginning for me is starting at our star. It's what
Mm-hmm.
keeps everything in our galaxy going in any small or big way. So I thought, let's review our star. Is there evidence of alien life around our star? Holy moly. We all remember when Lasco 1 and Lasco 2 used to spit them out every month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ships the size of planetoids, ships the size of moons, some ships the size of Earth. And there's a very famous one where a ship the size bigger than Jupiter drew plasma off the sun for 88 hours. Like it's common. You could just literally type that in.
Did you
UFO draws plasma off sun. Like you can just type it in, find it yourselves.
did you call what did you call it, Lasco, or did you call it, is it Soho? Is
No,
Soho the
LASCO,
Lasco?
LASKO.
That's
Yeah.
the thing that's watching the sun, right?
There are several. There are instruments. There are lots of instruments watching the sun, but LASCO 1 and LASCO 2 are, yeah, they watch the sun, they watch the planets, and just kind of the inner cosmos of our area. But
That
yeah, basically the sun. And Lasco 1 caught so much stuff that they just basically just said, okay, put it on a private feed. Put it on a
with
private feed. Put it on
the
a
one
private feed.
the one that you saw drawing energy off the sun, was that the one that was a cube shape?
Nope.
Was it a disc? I've seen a cube shaped one and a disc.
I've seen the cube too. Yeah. No, this was a great big round. So it's down at about the 7 o'clock position on the sun as it was viewed.
Yep,
And,
exactly.
and you can see it lean in and it pulls a trail of plasma off the sun. And it actually does this for 88 hours. The whole time the sun's spinning. Of course, and this thing just staying in the same spot. And it draws this plasma stream for 88 hours, and it just boop, pops away. You can literally watch it do it. So, do they have tech starting at our star? Well, hell yes. And you have to understand the scope of their tech by analyzing the tech around our star. So, just having tech around our star in the first place is you're on a different level, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when those ships are as big as they are, that's another level, right? That's a whole nother level. Okay. This is working out really good. I'm actually pleased the way this is going. You know, it's
Awesome.
hard. It's hard to tell someone decades of research so quickly without it sounding like magic. Oh, you just
Oh,
came to that
I know what
decision,
you're
did you?
talking about.
You know?
Oh
And it's
yeah.
like if a person can pick one point, I'll unbox it for the next 5 hours, yo. You know,
Oh
I got
yeah.
nothing but time. I'm retired. I'll tell you because I know, not because I think I know. Like, I don't want to talk about anything I don't know. Like, why would I want to talk about anything I don't know? My
I'm gonna
grandfather was.
try. I'm gonna try to share that picture that you're talking about, the UFO drawing the energy off the sun.
Yeah.
And if I kick you guys offline, it does it sometimes. If I do, I apologize in advance. But are you guys okay with me trying?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just
Yeah,
rejoin to the
absolutely.
chat.
Okay,
It's a good. It's a good.
let me see what I can do here.
Got some excellent pictures here.
Well, it's actually not going to let me. Okay, wait a minute. I might be able to.
It's one of the most stunning things you're ever going to see concerning a UFO. It was one of those things that NASA went, okay, this is the one. They do it about once every 5 years or 10 years. They're like, we got to give them something.
Can you guys see that or not?
I can't.
Okay, I probably don't have it up there.
Nothing on the screen yet. But
Nothing on the screen. Okay, let's see. It's playing with us again.
Lee, have you seen Mr. Gray?
No, I haven't.
Oh my! Dave, you didn't see that pic?
oh yeah, I saw a lot of those, and the
You
ones
saw
that
Mr. You
the
saw Mr.
one I was
Gray,
going to ask.
right?
Well, yeah, the one I was going to ask you about too is those pyramids. Were those pyramids on Mars?
Moon.
The moon?
The moon. That's an actual. I put several pieces of it in there, and I actually included the actual slide number and all that stuff, so you could see
What about
the
the tree?
original.
What about the tree? What about what looked like it was a tree line?
That's Mars.
Wow, I thought so.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
That's
Mars.
amazing. That was amazing.
So when they released that photo, so they put those pictures out there along with 25,000 pictures. They don't ever tell you. It's like today, Mars rover released 25,000 images. It takes 3 years or 5 years for people to peel through and find stuff like that. Because they're not going to advertise it. It's not doing it. They're not advertising it. They'll put enough out there that a smart man can follow the breadcrumb trail, such as I've done, and find the truth. But they're never going to admit it, not unless you stick their feet to the hot pokers or give them clemency.
There we go.
Wow.
I think the screen share going now.
Is that it? There's more than one here. Can you see it, or do I need to enlarge it?
I can't see it. I just see like a never-ending shot of your screen.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of windows and in one window.
Oh,
There's a whole bunch of
okay.
windows.
It's not going
But
to
you
let me do it.
definitely you have the screen up there, just not the picture.
Okay.
It may not let it pop up there.
Yeah, I thought I'd, just send enough that we could blow open the moon or blow open Mars or blow open, cryptids.
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I think it's all interlinked.
It is, and that's what I'm actually funneling down to here, actually. That's what I'm doing, is I'm bringing you down to where my most current understanding basically is in this amount of time.
Hey,
So
Chad. Chad, I had a question. Going back to the missing 411, what percentage would you say are cryptid related and from UFOs and cryptids? If you had to say, what would you tell us?
Dave, did you just ask me to analyze Mr. Politis' material?
Yes, sir.
Wait, dang it!
Well, I've been researching that type of stuff, and it just fascinates me. I'm with you. I want answers.
Okay, so
And you know what I think, and this is just my theory. I think David Politis knows what it is, and he's not allowed to talk about it.
okay, so I can't comment to David's no comment, but I can tell you that I have read every one of his books. I've read his newest book, and every book that he has put out falls squarely inside the boundaries of my own research. And not only does it not fall inside those boundaries perfectly, but as I said before, I laid a nomenclature down for myself about 13 years ago. And as pieces have not fit, I have adjusted the nomenclature. But I can tell you that once I basically came up with the nomenclature, stuff just started falling in the holes, baby. And it wasn't nice. I didn't like it.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's not a pretty picture.
Are we talking about humans being cannibalized, or not necessarily cannibalized, but being consumed? How's that?
Well,
by these things?
I was talking about kind of the overall picture of ufology and cryptology all together and what's going on the planet. But I'll back down into that subject and say this, and I'll use David's work. I will analyze David's work here. Okay, so here's what I think happens in David's work. There are, let me think. I broke it down to four things. So one is called mayhap unseen. Okay? And that is not paranormal. That's mayhap. That's I fell down a mountain. I was eaten by a grizzly bear. I was drug off by a panther. I fell down a sinkhole.
Got
fell
lost.
in the water and
Yeah.
was washed away, and whatever it was, it is mayhap. Okay. Then there is the first part of the strange, which is the alien sampling program. Okay, I said it. I said it. Okay. Now, why would that be? I'm going to cover that. I'm going to justify this. I'm going to bona fide this. Okay. These things have ships the size of planets that sit outside our sun. Why would we think that our planet would be any different? Why would they not sit on it in total watch? Why? Is there some species on Mars or Venus or Neptune or somewhere else? No, not as far as we can tell. So that would probably make us the number one thing to watch in the galaxy. Okay. So if they have that tight of watch on a star, you have to figure that they have that tight of watch on our planet. If nothing else, because of what we're doing to it. If we take the evidence from a book called Forbidden Archaeology, we can assume safely that there is remnants of people with things that look like fingers and hands and things that look like toes and feet millions upon millions of years ago when they shouldn't be here, as per the current understanding. So, if these things have been around this long, would they have bases on planet Earth? Let's analyze that. Let's reverse engineer that. Well, of course they would, right? Of course they
Absolutely.
would. Such an incredible biosphere, they would have bases of anywhere that they chose. Now, now, now you have to go, well, where would they put them? Okay, I'm going to run that backwards. Is there any evidence for that? Let's go and look. The 33rd parallel is an awfully weird parallel.
There's a lot of 33 degrees and a lot of secret societies too.
Yeah, and it's weird how they knew things like that. It really, really is.
They know about the
Showing,
mystery school teachings.
yeah, and it sounds like it's kind of like what the Catholic representative said. There's aliens all over the Bible. Anyway, so back to what I was saying here. So, are they going to have bases here? Of course they are. Okay. So let's just say they got 3 per continent, right? Let's just say they got 3 per continent. Okay. I don't know if that's a good figure or not, but let's see. Can we find places where they might have ones around the United States? Swamps of Florida seem awfully weird. The deserts of New Mexico, Arizona seem awfully weird.
Yep.
I'm just pointing out 2 strange places that seem to have an incredible amount of UFO activity.
Now, do they run along the 33rd parallel?
They don't, but I don't think they necessarily have to. Like, is there an Antarctic base? Without a doubt. Is there an
Absolutely.
Antarctic base? Of course there is. So, are they all over the world? Sure they are. It's like when abductees. So I'll just shock you with this one. We'll unpack it later. 70% of all abductees are brought aboard a UFO and given a job. 70% of those abductees are brought aboard a UFO and given aboard that UFO are given the job of crowd control. Okay. I'm going to leave you with that for a second. So they're training people, right? So they got bases around. So let's take someone we all probably know on the trail of Bigfoot, right? When they walk in and their equipment isn't going crazy, and all of a sudden it goes wham crazy, I would have done, by the time I got out of the truck, I would have put an IR and a therm on a stick, look in the direction I went immediately, like first thing. Why? You ain't hunting the bear. The bear's hunting you. Don't think you just pulled in and didn't get seen.
Very well put. Very well put.
So what you have to do is ambush the ambusher. You have to spring his trap unknowingly. So the first thing you do is throw down a therm and an IR. Bam! On a stick, watching exactly where you go. And I have a million other little ideas how you can bait them out. But the second your instruments start going crazy, I wouldn't be trying to look through the sticks. I'd be trying to look in the sky around me, figure out what's around me at the moment. Do I see any blurred areas? Or do I see maybe one in a tree looking directly at me? You know?
Mm-hmm.
So they have these bases around the planet without a doubt. Okay? And when people get too close to a base of operations that's highly guarded, you know, and you're messing up, there's consequences.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there is, let's get to that one now. In David Palace's work, there is the you got too close to X.
Mm-hmm.
You got too close to X. Or it can be their own proximity. Let's say a vehicle's having troubles. It's still able to stay in its mostly invisible mode, but it has to land right now. You know, three little bobbly-headed grays got to get out with a ray gun and do something to the vehicle, let's say, right? So let's say they have no choice. They land 20 meters away from a person. If they don't want the person to know anything or to say anything, what happens if they say to the higher up, what do we do with them? And the higher up says, get them.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be seeing this stuff. If you're not in the program, you're not in the program. Second of all, second one I think is just literally the third one, excuse me, I think is the overall and a general sampling of the populace. If you were as concerned with genetics as they are, which is the only thing they're worried about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see where you're going.
They don't care that you have free energy. You don't have it, find out. I got news. They don't care that you know or you'd have done known because they've had plenty of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
So does the sampling happen? Of course it does. You have to monitor your flock. You have to take the sick and you have to take the strong. Why? Because you have to know where the baselines are at.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to know.
I've often thought that's what the cattle mutilation things. A lot of that was. They're sampling.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that they are checking beef herds for health, but I'm sorry, gentlemen, the implications of the things that are taken are way more powerful than they're just sampling beef.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the word. Now, see, this is a word. This is one of the concepts I was thinking really that I have to get everybody to understand. The word genetics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Genetics. It's so huge. It's their most important thing. Every single abduction deals with genetics. And genetics alone, no matter how you look at it, it's about genetics. Come take care of a child we've created from you. Here, give us more samples. We're doing this to you or that to you. It's all genetic. It's all genetic.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Where are we headed in the universe, our planet? If we're a genetic library, we are a zoo. We are a zoo going through space, and where are we traveling to? Are they taking us somewhere that we're either going to be helping to reseed other planets, or are we going to?
Abductees have been shown star charts. And they have actually shown lines of exploration and defined them as such.
Amazing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's coming from real abductees with real regression hypnosis, with people who actually know how to question someone under hypnosis who is a contactee, because that in itself is solid liquid gold. You have to know what you're doing. If not, you wind up like certain people that I'll mention right here, because I don't care. It needs to be said. Barbara Lamb has been mishandling people's minds for decades.
Wow.
Decades.
Yeah.
And I'm not the only one who knows this. Everybody who really knows the knows that's the deal. Oh, wow. Barbara got another one. I don't care what people said. Bring them on.
Mm-hmm. I don't
tell you
either.
another one I don't
That's why we have this show, Chad, so you can tell the truth, man, and get the
That's
truth
right.
out there. That's what it's
You know,
all about for us.
I'd rather just punch you in the eye with it and you know the truth than to dance
Absolutely.
around, you know.
I'd rather be hit
Exactly.
straight with the truth than to dance around with it. I'm
Yeah.
right there with you, brother.
Yeah. So I'll tell you one more, okay, that I don't like. That's Mary Rodwell. Why? Mary's another one of these abductee researchers. Okay? What comes out of Mary Rodwell? The children, the indigo children, the children. But you know, the children are so smart. It's the children. It's the children. The children. The children. Lady, is that all you really want to know about? You're talking to people who are talking to beings from somewhere else, and all you want to know about is what they're doing to our children? Retire. Retire.
Do you think these people get involved in this and they just get on one path instead of looking at all directions? They kind of become closed off
I
to
can tell you
possibilities.
that I think Mary Rodwell is just like another really famous researcher that I won't mention that I didn't know was an abductee until many years into her rubbing shoulders with the biggest of bigs. And I look at it like this. Both them women should know the things I know. And if they do not know the things that I know, then they are remiss, not I. And if they do know what I know, then they are intentionally not telling what we know.
Mm-hmm.
And that I cannot stand. Why would you spend decades talking about stuff that is not important, man? Not compared to what we know.
Do you think a lot of these people have been visited by three-letter agencies or above
Sure.
three-letter agencies and been warned and said this is the path that you're going to take and you're not going to get off of it if you do. There's going to be consequences. I kind of think that people are scared into stuff like that and
I do think
threatened.
that some people are like that. Yeah,
Yes.
there's agencies. There was I mean, just to be honest with you, the UFO, the alien Civ have done that. In early '71, I can't remember the name of the organization, but if you don't believe me, research it yourself, folks. So in the early '70s, a guy had a UFO organization, blew up over a few months, had like 200,000 people in it in just a few months. I'm sure it scared the piss out of the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially back then. But it caught the eye of the alien Civ somehow.
It wasn't Howard
And-
Menger, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Menger. I know I know exactly who Menger is. I'm proud of you. Wow. Wow.
I know a
You know
lot.
who George Adamski is?
Yes, I do.
So
How about
look at you.
what's his name? The guy that made the Integratron.
Yeah.
His name is George Van Tassel.
Van Tassel. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I've been all through all of that too. And I know some great YouTube sites you can go and watch old Howard Menger and Van Tassel and all that.
I've watched a lot of those.
Yeah, man, that's good stuff. That was back when I think the aliens may have been given a directive that said, okay, we won't do what happened to Neanderthal. Let's give them a chance. You idiots go down there and try to talk to them. And they came back and said, I'm sorry, they're just a bunch of knuckle-dragging freaks.
You know, I got something I'd like to share with you. The first I was researching, come across Howard Menger because of Dr. Frankie Strange's, and Dr. Frankie Strange's talked about Valiant Thor, right? Well, my grandfather, around the same time that Valiant Thor would have came here, and Howard Menger and all of them were dealing with that. My grandfather has claimed that he had met a person that told him that he was from Venus, and basically asked my grandfather. Long story short, because it's a lengthy story, and I won't bore everybody; they've heard it already. But anyway, they asked my grandfather where he would like to go in the solar system. My grandfather said he would like to go to Mars. My grandfather took this guy out in the country. They boarded a craft and went up out of the atmosphere, and he said they jumped. He said they jumped from Earth, he said Earth was beautiful from space, but he said they jumped from the atmosphere of Earth to Mars, and they said, we're going to take you down on the surface and we're going to show you that there is life that lives down on Mars. And check this out.
Wow.
When he got out on the surface of Mars, they observed these creatures that lived underground, and they come up out of the ground, and I asked my grandfather what they looked at like, and check this out. My grandfather said what they looked like was they were 7 to 8 feet tall, and they looked exactly like what we would think of as a Sasquatch. So that's been my fascination this whole time, because they claimed that they were from Venus. Dr. Frankie Strange has talked about things in his video that my grandfather also related to me about the abilities that these people had, could move things with their mind and make things happen with their mind, and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
And that story never gets old, Lee. You can tell that all the time.
God, I love them. That is like, I'm not going to call anything, but I'm saying that is straight out of an abductee's mouth, man. Like, those are the fantastic stories that are better than fiction. You can hear the truth in them.
He told my grandfather, he said, he offered for my grandfather to go to Venus and live for 10 years. And he told my grandfather that if he went there and he lived there for 10 years, that by the time he came back in 10 years, that he would be so intelligent that the most genius person here on Earth would seem to have the intelligence of a monkey.
Yeah. And I don't know if they would have ever let that happen. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, he said he would have. He said he would have loved to go. He told him he would love to go, but he had 3 young children that he had to take care of, and he stayed. And
or you wouldn't be here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to blow your mind there with that.
No, good conversation, man. I just, see. You shouldn't tell me things like that. Now I just want to be like, well, pal, I don't know what you're doing for the next 2 months, but you got nothing to do but talk to me.
Yep. Hey, I can talk to you.
We're going to talk. Oh yeah, we're going to talk.
Because I've had my experiences too.
Yeah, I can't wait. So you're gonna like where we get to with my buddy in Australia here in a minute. You're really gonna love this. So. Yeah, so are there bases on here? Sure they are. Is the sampling happening? Yes, and David's picking it up. His research is picking it up. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. And then there's the fourth factor, which is Bigfoot or dogmen eating people, because they are.
Oh, they are.
They are. Do they all? No, absolutely not. No, they don't. But... Mm-hmm. Do they eat people? Oh, yeah, they most definitely do. You think they're out there beating on people's doors and stuff because they thought, hey, let me in. Hey, man, don't eat all that crackers by yourself.
You want an apple?
Hey, man, you eat that whole bag of chips? I'm sitting there watching you in the window. You ain't going to share it? Uh-huh. It ain't like that. They're there to cause terror. That's what I like about these things. Let's get
when you get a knock at the door at 4:00 in the morning and there's snow on the ground, and you call the police because you think that there's a burglar outside on the prowl, and then the police get here and there's no footprints to be found anywhere, and they think you're an idiot. But you and your wife both heard it.
I see. This is where we're gonna. I'm getting there. See, there's so much we've talked about that I gotta get to it right. I gotta get it because if not, it'll sound like magic. It'll sound like magic, and I can't have it sound like magic. Mm-hmm. You have to understand the decades it took to ruin my life completely with being a ufologist.
I can understand.
All over again, I wouldn't.
Well, it's a lonely path that you take, and you don't have a lot of people that you can talk about or that kind of thing with, and that's why we started this channel, because we know that there's people out there that need to talk about it, and it's therapeutic to get it off your chest and to talk about it, and so that's what we want to accomplish here. We want to try to help people is what we're going to.
I haven't seen both of my sons since they were both in their early 20s because Dad's a ufologist. Well, we talk.
Mm-hmm.
But have I seen them in 10 years? No.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, one went off to become a Mormon. He's a big shot in the Mormon church. It's what happens, I guess. You live with the terror of this stuff. Luckily, I basically almost raised my nephew, and I succeeded with him. Guess what he's getting ready to do?
What's that?
He's getting ready to be a forest ranger, baby.
Well,
I'm
there
gonna
you
have a
go.
big side.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have a
Awesome,
big
man.
side.
Awesome.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe we can get him on the show and get some answers.
he will. Like he will. I guarantee he will. I already told him, son. When the first weird thing happens, you come talk to me. All right. He don't like to talk about it either.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and the fourth thing is literally, the eating of people by cryptids. Now, if a cryptid's
Hey,
going to
hey,
eat somebody,
Chad, I got a question for you. Do you think these rakes exist, or is that just a creepy pasta thing?
okay, genetics.
Yeah, you said so.
Genetics.
They do.
There's one overriding term that everybody in ufology and every single person on the ground should know, and that's the word genetics, because that is what they are here for. They hold, as to quote the Matrix, they are guarding all the doors, they are holding all the keys.
Wow.
You're absolutely right. You are 100% right. It all goes back to genetics.
That's right.
And that, like you said, the government's been doing them for years, and there ain't no telling what kind of creations they have in a lab. As spooky and as sick as that sounds, that's just a reality.
That is a reality.
They were working on strawberries that they were crossing the DNA of tobacco with.
Yeah.
So that it would be resistant to cold weather. They also were working on mixing the genetics of fireflies and tobacco, that when the tobacco would be ready to harvest, it would glow in the dark.
That's right. Glowing pigs, every other thing. Yeah, we're just absolutely going freak about when it comes to genetics. And we're trying to figure out how to uncap our telomeres, how to have a self-replenishing body. They grow ears now and skin and stuff. And before long, we'll just grow you a new liver. But it's never going to reach there, because about 5 years ago, I said to myself, are there factors that mankind or the planet can produce that are end game? Like, that's it, no more. It ain't happening again. Or can't happen no more, we're done with it. Or we got a plan of action so can stop. And I determined that, my gosh, there's a lot of them. You can just go through the ones through nature. There's tons of them. Fukushima bleeding radiation across 7,000 miles of ocean shore, killing everything in its wake that we don't hear about, polluting the oceans for 1,000 years.
Hey, check this out. What if AI, artificial intelligence, cut loose and went wild in a genetic lab? What would they do with that?
It'd probably create something to kill us both, because that's what AI seems to say every time it gets a chance, that it wants to kill the human race.
There you go.
It's just a fact. So
that's a spooky thing to think about.
Genetics.
That is a scary thing to think about.
10 years ago, I then had to take into the account that my friend, when I was 16, told me about. As he was crying to me, sitting on my basement floor, as we both sat and smoked a joint. Him crying to me that he was laying on a table beside another table that had a Bigfoot on it that was 10 foot tall, and that a werewolf was strapped to the wall.
Wow. That's a dog
Okay.
man and a Bigfoot and a human all together.
Well, at the time, I got no clue. I'm listening to all this, it's just what it is. I'm young. I don't have any experience. I ain't read a billion books. It's just a story. But the older I get, the more I think about that story. Then I start seeing stuff on the internet about the wolf creatures and werewolves, like we were talking about at the beginning of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I came to a real bad place in my research. I couldn't make sense of dogma. I couldn't.
Yeah, I've had trouble with that at the beginning when I got to when I first heard about it, started thinking about it. But then
I
the
struggled
more
with
you
it for
the
10
more
years.
the more you listen to it, to the people's accounts, I'm starting to be a believer.
Well, let me tell you, I have personally consumed every single hour of Sasquatch Chronicles, and I have personally consumed every single hour of Dogman Encounters. I didn't need the Sasquatch Chronicles, but the Dogman Encounters show with Vic, you're able to only hear so many grown men break down crying talking about a dogman before you
Absolutely.
understand that this is real.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what you think in your heart, or what God could have or should have done, or what God didn't. Don't, I like I said, don't think I'm a godless freak. I am not going to discuss my religion and the way I think, what I think God is or isn't. Just know that I do believe in something that is a higher power. I do.
No judgment
Okay?
here, brother. No judgment
Yeah.
here.
I just, people are, he's a godless freak. I mean, I hear it from my kids, I'm sick of it, So, sorry, little rant.
I had somebody tell me that one time about, oh, he believes in UFOs and aliens and this and that. And then I just stopped and I just turned to him and I said, if you believe in God, then you believe in aliens, because God is not from here. He created this earth. And it was total silence in the room.
Woo! You just kicked the door down, huh?
Yes, I did.
People don't
Yes,
want
I
to hear
did.
that, Lee.
I know, but it was the truth.
That's right. And if the truth hurts, you need to be hurt more.
That's right.
Okay, so, Dogman. Back to Dogman, because this is going to solidify a lot of things. 10 years of struggle with Dogman, even after listening to every hour of this. It's not a lie. I swear to God, you can come and look at my history. I'll show you I've listened to every single one. And probably all of your stuff too, and the other dude you know. Mm-hmm. So, you have to realize it's real. Okay, fine. I'm going to put it as real. Now, why is it real? Did God create it? God did not create a monster. He didn't. He didn't do it. It says, the Catholics hold books that say that Lucifer had powers of creation at one time. And that is part of the reason why he challenged God. Look, as I can create as thee. Okay? I'm not saying that God or Satan created him. Okay? I'm just saying I'm not buying into the God created everything, including the little bumblebee thing. No, I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. Not. Did he maybe create the genetic structure of this creature and that species? Yeah, maybe, right? But what is God? Whole different subject. Back to Dogman. Okay. So I accepted Dogman into my purview. Okay, Dogman is real. Yep. He runs around with Bigfoot sometimes. Half the time they warn. What's up with that? Contactees having contact with Dogman. People getting killed by them. I still can't fit them in. And then one day I just went to my nomenclature and I just said to myself, genetics. What do you mean you don't know what they are? They're a genetic freak, obviously, like exactly they're doing inside their laboratories of what they're taking from people. For 20 years, they did an incombinant, meaning inside the DNA, just the egg, an incombinant spin down to where hybrids went from looking like freaky, kind of half gray, half human, speckly haired, weird freaks to slowly getting more and more human, more and more human, and more human, and then boom. Now we have a hybrid that looks exactly like you. Halitosis, bad breath, everything. The difference is that he or she can thoroughly control you at range. Mentally.
Yep.
Okay. When I realized that genetics had to do with everything, I'm like, oh, well, there we go. They got human legs. They got dog legs. Some are huge, some are small. Not a problem. Bam, fit right in the nomenclature. It's about genetics.
Absolutely.
Fits right around Bigfoot too. Not a problem.
And you know
Not a
what?
problem.
That is all over the hieroglyphics in Egypt and the Sumerian hieroglyphics. They all show
Absolutely is.
human and animal chimeras.
Yeah, they speak of Anubis as if he were a real creature. They speak
Absolutely,
about the Griffin Knights as if
and
they were
Thoth.
real creatures, and Thoth being a real creature.
Yeah. You know
Exactly.
have you ever seen the Emerald Tablet that they say that
Oh
Thoth
yeah,
had scribed or whatever?
yeah. I landed my space vehicle, and man creatures approached me, and I shoved my staff into the ground and stunned them. Yeah, yeah. I've read them. I've read them all, and they all basically come to the same place. So, yeah. So Dogman didn't fit in really comfortably for me. It didn't matter if he was 12 foot tall or 2 foot tall. It didn't matter if he had dog legs or human legs. It didn't matter if he looked like, one of the jackal ones or whether he looked like Anubis. It didn't matter what he looked like. It doesn't matter. People in UFOs have described many crazy things like this. Some people have a problem with insectoids, or with insectoids, with reptilians.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, they're real.
Yeah.
Sadly, they are actually real. Well, now, to separate complete trash from fact, they are not in charge. They are just another one that is subservient to the only real alien civilization that is here, and that is the insectoid ones.
Is that the mantid ones? The one that look like a mantid?
Yes, sir.
I had a guy over in Illinois, and he told me that he had seen a Bigfoot when he was a young man, and then later on, he was older. When he was older, he saw he said it looked like a praying mantis, and while he was mushroom hunting, and he said the thing looked like
Oh, God.
he made eye contact or looked at it, and it looked at him, walked up the hill, and it walked up the hill a little bit, and he said that thing shot down in the ground in what looked like a portal and was
I can
gone.
believe that. I find incidences where the insectoid ones are actually boots on the ground, where they're actually part of the op. I find that really fascinating because so much is conducted without even one aboard, or with one aboard who stands there while all the various and sundry other different creatures are performing the tasks. They are always the one consulted for direction. They are never the ones given direction. So, no one is ever giving them direction unless it is another insectoid one.
I think the Greys are controlled by them. I think that the Greys are almost like an avatar type thing or some kind of artificial intelligence. I don't know that for a fact, but
The Greys are biological, and
yes.
we already know how Dr. Jacobs revealed how they're fed.
Is it plant based?
It would be my guess. That's weird. See, your intuitions. People's intuitions sometimes are so very right. Like, I watched all of Scott Pace's. I have to tell you, I adore Scott Pace because I saw him when he first came out. I love the guy.
He's
I
awesome.
love the guy. But you know what, though? Sadly, Scott is a guy who had a trigger event, is my guess. You hear the lineage through his family, but it was at this point everything really kicked off. Wow, there's my trigger event. And listening to Scott and what he learned, I can tell you that my opinion is that Scott learned about 40% good material and about 60% bad material. And the bad thing is that the 60% that he learned that is not real. It's hard to say this about real people. I'm sorry. That's some of the stuff that people run with. They run with it, Yeah, it's whatever it is, Like, I love Ron Moorhead. Like, who doesn't love Ron Moorhead? But Ron Moorhead's idea is that trees have energy. They don't. They're trees. They're just trees. But he's fooled by the things that happen around him because he doesn't have a base to understand what's happening. If I could give 3 weeks worth of ufology lessons to half the researchers in the field, you'd see every one of their stuff change. Every one of them. They
Yeah.
would start producing different types of videos too. Videos where they're catching things on therm with ambush and IR and other things, because they would understand that they're going into the forest to hunt Bigfoot, sure enough. But you better not be there just hunting Bigfoot, because I got news. Bigfoot got a tender.
Yeah.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Brings us back to genetics. Why would the aliens be so involved with things in the forest? Well, why the hell wouldn't they? They're all over the planet here, and they got some kind of plan where they just spun down a new human being that looks just like us, and 60 to 70% of everybody being trained is for crowd control. What the hell makes me think they wouldn't be out in the woods absolutely controlling stuff? Well, is there any evidence? Let's look. Bigfoot is everywhere around the planet. How could that be? Well, I can think of a way. So, why would Dogman be all the way around the planet? I can slip that right in there too. It's funny how it fits right in the nomenclature. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, is Rake real? I think a lot of these creatures that people are seeing is real. And I've come to some disturbing conclusions as to why people are seeing these. Why are people seeing Dogman so much more? Why are people seeing Bigfoot so much more? Got this after I kind of realized this anyway, but I screwed around on Google Earth one day and I'm back off of New York City. And I'm like, wow, New York ain't just some giant megapolis like Arkham or something, you know? It's big, but it's surrounded by Greenbelt, just like everything else in this country.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
So why would they be butted right up against us? That one is real mystery in a way, fellas. I can quote Ezekiel 5:17 and say, I'll allow the beasts of forest to kill you and take your children. Take your children, it says it.
Wow.
Take your children.
That's something.
Why would he point out, why would Ezekiel point out, why would he make it specific? It'll kill you and destroy your homes and drink your milk and eat your candy bars. But why would they put in and take your children? I reversed engineered that idea. I'm like, because that's one of the most horrifying things you do to someone that's going to be real. And is it real? Wow, it does seem to be real, don't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The Bible fits over the nomenclature in weird ways, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it doesn't say in Revelation, and I will allow a fifth of mankind to be killed by the beasts of the forest.
Wow.
Now, when I've been rolling that one around for 35 years, pal. And the older I get, the more I'm like, so let's see. We're going to train a bunch of people. It's going to be some kind of strange event. Everybody's going to get herded onto a UFO, and then people don't get on a UFO. What? Going to get attacked by Dogman, Bigfoot, Rake? I don't know. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I have to play those weird things down. Why? They all fit inside the nomenclature. Mm-hmm. They do. They all fit inside the nomenclature. I know abductees. Okay, so now we're gonna jump to my buddy in Australia. About 2 years ago, on the show, and I talk about something, and there are things that I say that abductees will hear, and it's like pinging them. Ping! Oh, yep, that's me. Ping! Oh, yeah, that's me too, right? Mm-hmm. They know it internally. So I pinged him a couple times, and he DMs me, and we go to talk, and I've set out a really kick-ass friendship with a man who lives in Australia, and I love him. I love the guy. He has shared with me so much. His contact. He's been an open book. I find he's a lot like other contactees that I've had good relationships in the past. At first, they're standoffish. They don't want to share with you the insanity that has been their lives at times. And then once they understand, truly understand that you truly understand them and you understand the actual inner exchanges and stuff, that's when an abductee starts to learn. That's when a contactee really starts to learn. Now, when I met him, he had been in with a really big Bigfooter. He's got his own YouTube channel. And he was going down that road, man. Going down that road. Energy beings, they walk through portals. I'm not saying they don't walk through portals. What I'm saying is that an alien creates a portal and then they walk through it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying a portal ain't real. I'm saying that's how the portal gets done. Why? We've seen UFOs literally slip in and out of portals. Do I find it a coincidence that they use portals? No, I don't. Now I'm going to go to MindSpeak. Do you know what the only communication on board a UFO is? Mental.
MindSpeak. Yeah.
That's right, my friends. That's right. Why? Because grays have vestigial mouths. They're not real. They don't eat. They eat by smearing a brown paste on their body.
It absorbs through their skin.
That is correct. I don't know how you know that, buddy, but me and you gonna talk. Me and you gonna talk. I got a new chapter or two. So yeah. Grays don't talk. Do the reptilian ones talk? Nope. Never heard one person ever say they talk. MindSpeak? Yep, got you. Hybrids? Hybrids will occasionally say something. There again, they have to be a hybrid that is developed towards the human side of thing enough that their vocal cords and voice box is there for them to use. If not, use MindSpeak. Okay? Same with the other little gray, blue, dumpy things that people see too. They're MindSpeak also, although they're heard chattering amongst themselves sometimes. Okay? So everything on board speaks with MindSpeak. So now I'm going to cure MindSpeak. Are we ready? We now know that genetics is the reason for Dogman, ladies and gentlemen. What is Dogman? I didn't say that. Dogman, I suspect that Dogman was created a few thousand years ago. After probably the genetic, let's just say I'm going down this line, after the great genetic creation of the Adamu. Oh, wait a minute, that's Sumerian. We'll back up another 3,500 years.
Slave species.
We'll go Adam. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Red Earth or something like that, or.
So the GG said, we're tired of mining Mars. We need to get someone else. And so they came and got us. Right.
You talking about the mines of South Africa where maybe the Bigfoot were mining gold for them?
No, the inlet tablets of Thoth. Well, there too, yeah. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Now I was talking about in the inlet tablets of Thoth where the GG are a race on Mars who cry out to be freed from their labors for Inky and them. And he says, you're right. There's a species on Earth. We're going to go hook them up and get them up here and relieve you. And then he didn't. And it says the Gigi went down and said, well, screw this. We're going to get some of their women. So Bigfoot's all around the planet. How does it get there? Well, I don't think he takes a charter bus or an airplane. Same with Dogman. I'd say he doesn't get there by charter bus or airplane either, right? So they got to be doing it, but through their friends, the aliens. Okay? Here we go. Now I'm going to cure MindSpeak for people. In the book, Walking Among Us, The Alien Plan to Control Humanity by Dr. David M. Jacobs, Ph.D. Every person on the planet should have a copy of this because it is the tip of the spear. I will use that military terminology again. It is the tip of the spear when it comes to abduction research. Period. Hands down is the unequivocal heavyweight champion. Why? Because Bud Hopkins is dead. So,
do you think they killed him,
No.
Bud Hopkins?
No, Bud died of cancer. He lived a long life.
Did he?
Yeah, Bud is my all-time favorite researcher.
What was the other guy's name? Mac?
John Mack?
What John Mack, wasn't he the one that was run over by a car?
Yeah, accidentally, yeah. Left the conference to go get a sandwich, accidentally ran over by a drunk driver in the middle of a big city and got away with all them cameras. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was going to say. They took him out
Imagine that. They did. And you know why?
because he was getting too close to the truth.
Because he had an education that says, I'm not stupid.
That's right.
And everybody in the world thinks you're freaking dumb unless you have that paper from Stanford. I got news. I've listened to thousands of hours from Stanford and Harvard and every other university. If you don't believe me, go look at my channel and see where I put them in my channel. And that's because I watched them. And I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to people who would doubt, right? So, yeah, you don't have to be old to be wise, and you don't have to be educated by mankind to be smart. That's
There you
sure.
go. I like that.
So, yeah, okay. So back to mind speak. This is a pet peeve of mine. Okay, mind speak leads too many people astray, and I understand. It is a very powerful thing. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand that, but we've already shown that aliens are in direct cahoots with cryptids all around the world. And that they've gotten there through them all around the world.
Hey, have you
In
ever
this
heard?
book, you learned that if a person is abducted on Monday and then they're gone for 2 or 3 hours and they come back on Tuesday and they abduct them for 2 or 3 hours and they come back on Wednesday and they abduct them for 2 or 3 hours and they come back on Thursday and they abduct them for 2 or 3 hours. And by Friday, they have spent so much time not asleep, but with aliens doing mind speak that they show up at work and they can hear people think.
Wow.
Now, this isn't me just saying this. I'm going to say this again. Walking Among Us, The Alien Plan to Control Humanity by Dr. David M. Jacobs. Okay? I've known this for years, decades. But no one's ever put it on paper. No one's ever stuck their line across their neck across that line and said, damn the wolves. I'm saying it. Until now. Well, this man is in his late 70s to early 80s. He's had 50 years of this research, and he finally pulled out the big guns, and he wrote this book. And this book is so far different than anything he's ever wrote, it doesn't even look like the same books. And that's because he's spilling the coffers. He's telling you what he's found. Now, why would David Jacobs be the guy? That's because if you lived long enough to know in the 90s, there were only very few people doing real abductee research, not ufology. Anybody can get on the internet, see lights and weird crap by the gigajillions now, and they're so damn dumb they don't know it's something else, then I can't help them. But for the people who can understand, they need to be then moving on, right? Okay, they're here. Hey, man, I got a question. Okay, you in the back. Do we know what they're doing here? We do. We do happen to know what they're doing here.
The genetics.
Glad you asked. It's right here in this book. And I'm not going to tell anybody because you're going to have to go find it out. So, but I will tell you about Mind Speak. And then you can go back, buy the book, read it yourself, and scare yourself to death. So, the woman gets to work, let's say, and she hears everybody mind speaking, man. Everybody's mind speaking. She hears everybody's thoughts. Wow, she looks great in that dress today. Man, if my pits stink, man, I hope my wife doesn't catch me calling Barbara. Just imagine walking through just an office, being able to hear everybody's thoughts. What a repulsive idea.
It really would be.
What a repulsive idea, man.
Oh, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd want to hear it.
There'd be one benefit from it, and that's you'd know who the freaks were. You could get rid of them.
There you go.
You
There
know,
you go. Yes,
I
yes.
mean, I contemplate all these things, dude. I contemplate these things, not for minutes or hours, for days, weeks, years, or decades, whatever it takes.
Could you imagine how scary that'd be if we could hear each other's thoughts?
It's
I wouldn't want nobody
traumatizing.
here. I wouldn't want nobody hearing my thoughts.
It's
I admit that.
dude.
Oh,
You
I
know,
mean,
I don't want anybody peeking in on me thinking about my wife or what I'm going to do in private.
we're
No,
absolutely,
no,
absolutely.
no, it ain't no one's business. So, and this woman isn't the only person. He's giving you this now in the form of just this single person to show you that it's true. The book's not about showing you 50,000 examples of people who wind up speaking with aliens too much over a week's period or something, and then they got to take 2 or 3 days off until it calms down, and they can't hear everything every damn person around them says. But that's what happens, folks. They have to take time off from work. They have to go home and go to a doctor and get a slip, and all because they can't get everyone else's thoughts out of their own head. Now, does it subside? It does subside. It takes a few days, which I found amazing. Wow, not hours. It's days. It's like catching radiation. You irradiate up with small doses, but yet it keeps stacking. And then as you get away from the radiation, your body's going to leach a little bit of it out, a little bit out. Eating's going to get a little bit out. It's weird. I almost equate it to like radiation. So, what's so hard to understand that when there's a 10-footer, this 8-foot old lady, 2 6-foot kids, and a hostile tribe of dogmen, why can't people understand that the genetics are going on with these things too?
Oh
Like
yeah.
that's like poor dogman. Like I mean, I'm sorry, but in a way, I'm like, my God, I feel sorry for those things, man.
And
You
every
know?
once in a while you hear a mix between a dog man and a Sasquatch.
Yeah. I saw a video one time where a guy saw a dog man run across the damn road, guys, and it stepped just off the road in the bushes and went, hey, hey. Shot chills down my spine.
Uh huh.
I'm like, yeah, that's how you hear babies crying in the woods or walk out to your oops,
Yep. I've
you
heard of
know?
babies cry in the woods before.
See?
And
But,
it's creepy when it's pitch black out in the morning and you hear a
you
baby
got,
cry in the woods. It's creepy.
yeah.
And then you hear it moving. You hear it moving.
Yeah, see, this is why I haven't gone in the woods for 40 years, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
You chased by them once and open the friggin' daylight for 200 yards. Man, it's over, right?
I had
You
that
don't have to
happen.
wonder anymore. They're real.
I had that happen to me when I was a young man, when I was probably 15, 16 years old. Me and my dad was deer hunting, and I was up in a tree stand, and it was dark. We didn't have no lights. We got there an hour before daylight, and it came from my right side, and it started crying, and then it went all the way out to the field, and it moved, making that noise, and it sounded like a baby.
Yeah.
And that's
Hey, hey.
Oh, that right there is freaky. That when they talk,
That broke my brain in half, bro. I'm
yes,
like, what? That
mm,
dog man just said, hey. I was, I'm like, that is, man, it feels blasphemous. It just feels wrong, man. You know?
mm-hmm.
So, a pack of, and so a person has these things happen to them, okay? Now, they live in our society. They can't be dealing with aliens all the time. They have lives. They have to take care of kids and jobs, and bank accounts, and lovers, and every other crap, right? Bigfoot don't. Bigfoot
That's
just got to
right.
be in the woods, man. They can do
Mm-hmm.
whatever they want with him. Stay around him all they want, right?
Yep,
Right. How many times have we heard Bigfoot showed up with a gray? Everybody say aye.
I've heard it.
There you go. Now, why the is that gray with him? Oh, and you find it a miracle that you mind spoke with that Bigfoot. That would be because they don't know enough ufology.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest oversight in cryptology today is that people refuse to marry the two as they properly should.
Can I share something with you? The areas where I had my encounters with what I believe was cryptids, I was also seeing UFOs in the same area. And I've always believed that there's a connection to it. And not only was I seeing it, but my cousins were seeing it. My mom saw them.
That's because
my
of
neighbors seen them.
To everybody who's being abducted. So the odds of you seeing a UFO if you're not an abductee are next to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They're next to nothing. They're very rare. You see them though, guys who kept something way up in the sky, way up on the distance.
And I even went back in some archives, and I even found a news report from the late 70s. On this report, it was from the area where I had been having my sightings, the same area, and they were describing the exact same kind of craft.
Really?
There were orange fireballs, round orange orb fireball looking things.
Let me tell you something really fucking strange. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. That's okay. It's hey.
So, I know I don't know a secret, and I don't know this. I don't know. But I was told once by Jason before he died. I said, "Oh yeah. Well, why does all these things look different? Why does one got a blue light, one got an orange light? Why is one long, one stupid looking, one got a star, one got a nerf, one's a smurf, one's a dragon? Why is it? Why is they all different? I'm just riding them, just riding them. You razz people. We're hours and hours and hours in this because it's all we wanted to talk about for those couple days he was there. And he says to me that he's able to overhear them, that he can spy on them basically, and that he could keep his mind in such a state that they don't know that he's somewhat aware, that they had caught him before several times, and that it made them mad, and because he would tell them he's telling everybody, but he told me that he got the impression that there were 13 of them that came from wherever they came from. And let me blow your doors off with this one. And that when they got here and created us, that one of them dissented because of our treatment.
Wow. Where have we heard that before?
Exactly. I think everybody can draw those small kindergarten minds together. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying that's real, but let's reverse engineer a little bit. I love to do that. Let's take crafts. Wow. Does that mean that you have 12 or 13 different factions of crafts, which would absolutely make up for the various and sundry different way they look? Holy smoke. It fits the nomenclature.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying that's real, because that's heavy, heavy-duty weird stuff. But I was told that by a kid I know for a fact was a definite, he was definitely a contactee, So, I don't know. So now we know how does, because, so why doesn't every Bigfoot mind speak? Why doesn't every Bigfoot disappear with a damn orb?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because they're not part of the subject matter. Subjects that matter.
Yeah.
When I grew up part of my life in the state of Washington State, and I had a good friend who was Indian, he was pure-blooded, his name's Stan Blue Horse. He's dead now also, in case people might know, but Stanley's dad was a Swinovish elder. And after I'd had my Bigfoot experience, I had talked about the hairy people, And the only real thing that I can tell you that I learned that people might want to know is that, and I've heard this before, is that when the Bigfoot get too big, excuse me, they have to get a UFO and leave the Earth because they're too big.
Huh.
No explanation as to why. I think we could all probably pick 5 or 10 reasons why. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know.
That's amazing.
So that for me is where I think we sit now in cryptozoology with ufology firmly grasping hand in hand, not uncomfortably, but comfortably grasping one hand to another.
Absolutely, man. Everybody just needs to come together and not judge each other and just listen to what each other has to say, whether they believe it or not. We're human beings, but we need to, somebody needs to cross the aisle and come together, because like I said, where I had my encounters, I saw UFOs as well as whatever these beings were, and it's exactly what he's saying.
There's a barrier up. There's a barrier up in the.
Well, it's divide and conquer. Keep people divided.
If all of us can come together, we can, break that barrier one day, hopefully.
Which is what drives. See, you just hit on another thing. It drives me crazy. So analyzing why is the military now showing Tic Tac videos? Why is that? Why is it ain't real, nah, boo boo, stick a head doo doo? Oh wait. Why is that? I know why. Gentlemen.
We're getting close. We're getting close to something.
That's right. This book right here tells you exactly about what the deal is. And the military did the powers that be did such a great job of smashing the message, and the important researchers of the 90s and the early 2000s that now you have is noise. Noise. It's just noise. And now we got guys out here who are talking about the CE5 events. We'll go to the CE5 events and we'll talk to all of our brothers. Okay, I'm going to give you this. They do come down and look at y'all weirdos sometimes. That's true. But I'm sorry, they ain't told you nothing. They haven't given you a slip of paper or a piece of technology to take to anybody and tell anybody. So everything that's coming out of your mouth is just that. What's coming out of your mouth. There ain't no proofs in them. Not like what I'm sitting here banging my finger off of. You ain't got no proof like that.
In 2016, I watched a UFO by my house right here for an hour and 45 minutes. And when I first saw it, and I've got almost 180 photographs of it, I probably shouldn't admit it on air, but
They
was
just
standing.
disappeared.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. And
Yeah, they're gone.
there you go. I don't have those anymore.
Yeah,
Anyway,
they're gone.
yeah. Anyway, when I was sitting there looking at it, when I first saw it, it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck because I thought it was a weather balloon. And then when it came through the clouds and it was standing still, and it wasn't like your classic UFO, straight across like a flying saucer looking thing. This thing was sitting on edge, looked like a shield, like a disc. And what it looked like was almost like a red blood cell, but white.
Yeah.
And you could see all the little portals. You could see like the domes on the bottom of it. There was even design. I've got picture. I got picture of it. Anyway,
I would give anything to have been standing there with you, bro.
And you know what I did?
You
I
had
had
to hold me or something.
Yeah.
I might have freaked out a little.
I tried to call people to come over to see it, because it was just sitting there.
Hour and 45 minutes.
Hour and 45 minutes. And so I got pissed off. So you know what I did? I sit there and I looked at it and I tried to mind speak to it myself. And I said this to it. I said, if you're not here for the greater good of mankind, then you need to leave. But if you're here to help it, if you're here to help us and you want to help mankind, then it's okay to be here. But if you're not, then you need to leave and not come back. Because I was pissed off. We don't, like you said, we don't have any free energy, no technology, no nothing.
It's one-sided. It's them all take and you all give.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not telling either. You know, they ain't even just going to leave you with the abject normality that, yeah, man, they took me in here yesterday and they did this and did that. And, you know, they ain't even leave you with that. It's blank.
You know why? You know why I think they showed up? Because
Why?
I was building orgone devices. I was making. I made a cloud buster, and I had the cloud buster sitting outside, and I think that the cloud buster knocked their energy off.
They will definitely be interested in any of that stuff. You know, so.
I know that sounds kind of stupid to say. But...
No. So I'm going to go to my buddy here now in Australia now.
Oh, okay.
So I get a hold of him. I get him away from the YouTuber, and I start working with him, and he'll say crazy stuff. You know, the da 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 da, and I'll be like, look, that's not real. Well, yeah, it is. No, it's not really. Let me explain to you this or that, and it's probably this, that. And working with him over a few months, he starts to get it. For long, I start getting phone calls. Hey, got him doing this, got him doing that, got this, got that, you know, because I'm telling him ways that he can genuinely ambush the aliens. Because it's not this energetic weirdness gift of the super paranormal with Superman. It's not. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
But if you understand the parameters in which they work, you can then begin to ambush the little suckers. You know, you can, and what I mean by that is you can provide yourself with small pieces of information that are obvious. Like the picture that I sent Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you can show that picture now.
Let me see if I can get in there. Let me see. I'm going to have to...
And this is going to show everybody watching just how close they can be.
I hope this works.
Me too, because this is fantastic.
Okay, I think we're going to be able to do it this time. Which picture was it that you...
Oh, you can't miss it. It's here, as you can see the side of his face and a gray alien in the bushes behind him.
Okay, give me just a second here.
That's the best I can describe it.
Was it sent in the individual ones or in the one with all the group?
It was one of the first couple of pictures I sent you, Dave. Like I sent you one of a dog man. The first picture was a dog man. I think the second picture was Mr. Gray.
Excellent photo, by the way. That thing was massive.
Yeah. So if you want me to talk about that a little bit, I can.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you where was that picture taken?
Okay, is Mr. Gray the one that's standing in the trees?
Yeah, you see his head and his giant black eye.
Cali.
You can see the side of my friend's face because he's on a live chat with someone. And that is actually a still from video. Yes, that is actually video.
Okay, I don't see I don't see his face there, but your friend's face. But
and you can just see his cheek, just a little bit of his cheek, I think.
Let me see.
He's got his phone out and it's looking over his shoulder.
This thing looks like it's standing up behind it by a tree, and it's big.
Okay, that is also in California. That's also has to do with.
Can you say where in California that was?
Huh?
Can you say where in California? Was that a national park or?
I can't. It's on someone's house. So okay. So there's a pretty famous woman in California.
Is that the picture? Can you guys see it by any chance?
It looks like it's behind your logo.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Let me.
Your writers are in front of it. Which that's a bad picture, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, riding the nightmare.
Yeah.
Not many people know who the nightmare is. I do.
There it is.
Yeah. Want to see a Bigfoot in cloak? Pay attention. There he is.
I see him.
That's him. He's a
amazing.
big dude. Now, what you don't know is this actually comes up. So this is a zoom, actually, of the original picture. They're standing about 150 yards away from this, and you can see a truck, like from the back of the truck on, from the tailgate on. And there's a truck halfway between her and it. And she saw it looking at her, and she pulled up her phone and took a picture of it. I just blew that up and sent it to you there just to show it to you. She caught it, you know what I mean? But
Wow, that is amazing.
You have to sit there and look at it for a second and focus in
Yep.
on it, and then
Yep.
it pops out. I can see the cone head and everything.
So there are certain parts of science that I think are going to remain the same no matter how advanced they get. So like refracting light,
Does that look like it's holding a bone, like a leg bone or something?
I don't know what it is. It could, it's going to sound crazy, but I don't care. It could be a piece of technology in its hand.
Absolutely, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, it could be a piece of technology in its hand.
Absolutely.
So Mr. Pace said something on his show, and I hope Scott's listening right now.
It kind of looks like a golf club. It kind of looks like Bigfoot took somebody's golf club or something.
I see it's something round. It does look like a golf club. I completely agree. It's what I thought it looked like too. But you notice how on the club itself, it seems to have something like round?
Yes, right on the tip of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll never know until it's probably doesn't matter that we know. But yeah. But so, what was I saying?
You want to see another one of your pictures?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. This is from this woman in California. She's pretty popular. She's known in the Bigfoot community. And a friend of mine says, hey, there's someone who wants to talk to you that's pretty popular, but she doesn't want it known that, she's contacting you. And I'm like, okay, send her, You have to literally pull my damn arms off to make me talk, so let's go. She gets a hold of me. Fantastic lady. Fantastic. My God. Talk about contact. Holy Mother of Christ.
Does this lady happen to have footage of a video footage of a cloaked one as well? Because I think I know who you're talking about. I'm not going to say it.
I think she may. I'm not sure. No, see, I can't say that, or like everybody who knows.
Yeah, we won't say. Yeah, we won't say.
So if you know who I'm talking about, then so that person solidified a couple of serious. So I decided about 3 years ago that I'm not going to keep this quiet anymore. That there's a big enough community out here with all these weird ways to talk to people that I should probably start trying to tell people who might be concerned, who might be willing to listen, who might want to learn some of the things that I've learned. Well, because what's my life been about? I sit around here 12 to 16 hours a day doing whatever I do. I sit in my backyard, I drink my tea, I'm reading a book. At the same time, I'm taking a lecture from Stanford. And this is my life. So I got to employ it. I can't sit around here year after year after decade reading thousands of books and all of this stuff and then just sit on it.
Hey, can I share that Can I share that video or picture of the UFO that I took with you?
Sure, I don't care. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you guys see that?
Nope.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Didn't come. Did you? Oh, hold on. Let me.
Well, that's a piece of Aswan granite right there that has vitrification marks on it.
Vitrification, is that where it?
Look like a big old
high temperature melting.
Yes, where it heated up. Yes.
That's high temperature melting that literally ufologists won't talk about. Neither will geologists, neither will archaeologists. And here's something you might like. So when I decided to really set my nomenclature, I decided that I had to incorporate a book called Forbidden Archaeology by Michael Cremo. It's literally a damn dictionary. I read it all the way through.
Can you see that on this? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
That's here. I'm gonna play I've made a little like a video clip of it.
Wow.
If I can play it here.
Is this what you saw?
This is one of that. This is my photographs here. Yes. Here. I'll play it for you. Hour and 45 minutes. I watched this thing.
So you caught something else they're doing too. So it's hiding. People won't realize it. You probably realize that it's time. It's trying to look like a cloud, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I've got a picture of it trying to make a cloud.
Wait, Lee. How did I just pull that out of your head? Am I programming you, making you say things?
No.
How would I know that?
There you go. There you go.
And you know what? It was having trouble making the cloud.
Yes. They do have troubles making clouds. I can tell you that I sit on my porch. So you like my picture with the... Come on, girl.
I'm gonna go.
Excellent evidence.
I'm gonna go back.
How many times have you seen me shoot the sky with a laser and seen the lights bounce around? How many times do you think?
I don't know.
4 or 5 times? Yeah. You hear that? That's my wife
Yes.
telling you about me making the aliens show themselves.
That's amazing. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, drive her nuts with it.
I'm lucky I have a
Sure,
wife
I know.
that pays attention and listens to me and doesn't judge me for it.
Oh, you
My
are
wife,
so lucky.
I am lucky.
That is definitely not a weather balloon. And that's
You know what
definitely not a good
you know
one.
what I was told that was the Google balloon, but if you look on the inside of it here, there's a design there. There's domes on the side of it.
Did it shoot away? Lee? Did it
No,
shoot away
no.
afterwards?
Well, yeah. At the end, when it took off, the last time I saw it, it started speeding up, and the last time I seen it, it was about as fast as a jet would take off, and then it was just gone.
That's just the Starship Google balloon. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, well, I would think if it was a balloon, you wouldn't be able to watch it for an hour and 45 minutes because it'd be in the jet stream moving through.
When it kicks that afterburner and takes off, you're like, that's a strange gust of wind.
There could have been a mothership somewhere. You just didn't see it, Lee.
Well, my guess is that it's doing exactly what it should do. It's posted up being a sentry.
Chad, have you ever seen the footage of the flyover Washington D.C.? They look like a bunch of light ships going over. After this happened to me, it was a few months later. I was coming up the road and I took a back road coming home, and when I took this back road, I turned to head up this. I would have been heading north up where I took the photograph of this. And as I got up to the crossroads, this thought came into my head: you need to be looking up because you're getting ready to see something. I get at the crossroads and I look, and these two lights come down out of the clouds just over a field where there's cows. It comes down out of the cloud bank, and they hover. And if you were to look the size of them, if you put quarters up in the air, that'd be about the size of them. So I'm not sure how high up they were, but they sit there and they went clockwise around each other. And when they went clockwise around each other, they kind of stopped. And I got this message that says, "We're not coming back." And then they shot straight back up in the clouds and just gone.
How far do you think they were from you? So I'm going to do a little science, buddy. How far do you estimate they were from you when you received that last message right there? How far do you think they were? Straight line.
Maybe 6 times as high as the trees, maybe, to tree line. And I was probably maybe within, I don't know, 200 yards from trees. So they're 30 feet, and it'd be maybe 6 times that high. Maybe I'm not a very good judge of that.
So they were maybe half a quarter from you.
Yeah, they were. They weren't real close, but they weren't.
That's what the hillbilly's saying, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. I wish I knew the size. I really do.
What I'm trying to figure out, and what I've been trying to figure out, for all of the people who are out there looking for cryptids, I'm trying to figure out the AOE of Mindspeak.
So that wasn't the first time that it happened to me. I had it happen to me once before.
Right, so what I'm trying to do, but see, the problem is that there was a craft involved, and so I don't know if extra technology was used on board a craft to then be able to do something. Whereas if you told me you were out in the woods by yourself fishing, I saw one 20 yards away and it said, "Hey, get the hell out of here! I'm going to eat you up." Then I know at 20 yards, it was mine speaking to you. So the
Mm-hmm.
AOE is greater than 20
Mm-hmm.
yards. And
But
so I'm trying to figure out what the AOE is.
you know what what just came to me. I spoke to that ship and said, I'm not. If you're not here for the greater good, then you need to leave. Then they came and they gave me the answer. We're not coming back.
What did that mean? What do you feel that meant?
That they're not coming back.
Period?
But check this. Well, when I saw the light coming off the ship, it was a dull white light. If that makes any sense. It
Yes.
was, and the first thought that came into my mind when I saw that light was, that's not a happy light. If that makes sense. That's not. I didn't
Yes.
didn't get a good feeling off of it. And then I heard the mind speak thing say, "We're not coming back." So
And that could have been, we're telling you we're not coming back. We're going to pop out here about 20,000 yards, kick our invisibility back on, and then pop right back down here.
mm-hmm.
Because they don't tell people the truth.
There you go. Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
When a researcher says, I was out in the woods, I was laying down against a tree, and I'm waiting for a turkey to come, and all of a sudden I started mind speaking with this Bigfoot. And this did that, and then I went back home. And my question is, wait a minute. Said, your mind speaking with a Bigfoot. See the Bigfoot? No. Oh, you didn't see the Bigfoot. Okay, well then you got a flash of him? No, not even a flash. But you knew where he was at.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was somewhere close enough he could mind speak with me. Oh, okay. But yet we don't know anything about ufology, and those people get to walk away from that experience thinking that they just talked with Bigfoot. And they could have, but they also could have been speaking with the gray. Scott Pay said, if there's something you want me to ask, you just tell me. I'll ask him. I got something for him to ask.
Okay.
I want him to ask them to tell him about God in detail. One question only, please. Can you please tell me about God in detail? I would be absolutely interested to learn what comes from that.
Wow.
Oh, keep that up. Keep that up right there.
Yeah,
If I can see my picture.
Well, I was going to try to. I'm going to open this up and I'm going to click on it and see if you can see it. Can you see that?
It's still just a big montage of all of them.
Okay. Okay, because I think I can open it up and I can go through them. So
Okay.
let me go back here. I'm still learning on this thing. Okay, let me see.
Hey, this is cool. This is cool though.
Yes.
Dave, buddy, are you holding on?
Yeah, he's with us.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Can you guys?
I enjoying every second of it, man. I love this stuff.
All right, on. Here we go. This is the backyard. Okay, so my friend in Australia, his family. Let's back up a little bit. His father is a mystery. His family doesn't know who his father was. Of course, they know who his mother was. It was their daughter, who drank herself to death when he was 4. His family is actually very well off, okay? They grew up extremely well taken care of on beachfront property in very expensive territory, okay? No one knows exactly who his father was, and his mother would always give him cryptic answers as to who his father was. He can remember, but when he was like 4 or 5, She drank herself to death. He has his first memory, strange memory, is sometime shortly after his mother died. He remembers the memory starts with him being in the front yard and a landed disc and three women standing there. Three, he felt them to be female. It's funny how an abductee can say they were females, but when you ask them to look at their face, it will be hard for them to see their face, and that's because they intentionally block those things for you not to see them. But the one in the middle basically said to him, "I am your mother now, and I love you, and you love me, and you'll be okay." Age 4.
Wow.
Age eight, down playing on the beach with his brothers, and typical thing. Turn around and there's Big Harry, checking him playing on the beach. So he grows up with this, right? And he doesn't understand what's going on. And so when he got with this Bigfooter, it turned into everything in his life was happening because of his pursuance of Bigfoot. So Bigfoot did everything. Bigfoot made me forget. Bigfoot stuck in my mind to go home. Bigfoot was in the UFO. It was Bigfoot. Everything was Bigfoot. And it took so long to get him to understand that it's not Bigfoot. Bigfoot is an addendum to what's happening. This picture here is a tumbler, which is akin to a rod. Everybody knows what a rod is.
Yes.
So this is a tumbler, and I have another couple of pictures. What happened is right square between those two trees, a UFO comes down and lands. I may have even seen the picture. I don't know. But a UFO comes down and lands, boop, goes black, and then the tumbler comes flying up over the fence. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right?
Wow.
And I told him,
it looks like one of those things that have the two poles and you get the electric connection right along the side. You know what I'm saying? And it looks like it's between those two trees.
The high voltage. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it looked like a crank.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like a crank.
Yeah, like off of an old
butter churn
T model crank.
Yeah, something. Yeah, just a crank.
Oh wow.
Like there's no real way to tell how big it is, but I personally have sat with him for hours in his backyard, and I'm going to say that thing's about 18 inches long, because after it landed back there, and then this thing comes tumbling over.
Look at it. Check it out. It looks. It might be. Yeah. That could be a couple feet long.
I reckon it to be about 18 inches long, because right behind. So I started filling him in on ambushing these things because I have my own ideas about how to ambush them. I understand their modes of travel. I understand how they use invisibility. I understand how they use ways to escape observation by us. You know what I mean? So I gave him a few ways to ambush.
Well, could you see this before you took the picture, or did it show up in the photo?
That showed up in the photo, and I didn't take it. He did. The contactee in Australia.
I was wondering. It seems like that's how a lot of these things show up. In my pictures, anyway. I don't see them, but they're showing up in pictures.
So, right behind this picture in the line series, there's one that has a rod, and I know I sent you that picture.
Yeah, it's in here. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, so it's the next picture in the series. Oh, there's your trees on Mars. Look at there, folks.
Yes.
Look at there. You don't think there's anything on Mars? What the hell is that?
They tried to say that's gas plumes coming out. That ain't gas.
Gas plume.
Hell no, that's a damn. That looks like to me like those trees that are in Greece, the ones that grow real tall. That's what it looks like.
Have you ever seen trees that have been low oxygen or been chemicalized real hard? They still grow, but you can tell that they're having a tough time.
Yes.
That's what they kind of look like to me. And when this picture first came out, NASA, in their brilliancy, had it turned upside down. So you're like, oh, it looks like streaks running. No, it's not. Look, they obviously stand up off of the dunes. You can't fool me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, great picture.
There, they just don't want us to know.
You're right, Dave. You're exactly
I love that
right.
picture
There it
right
is. Yeah,
I do
argue
too.
with the picture.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
NASA never a straight answer.
There you go.
They
Hey,
don't. They
everybody
don't.
likes that red planet shit, huh? Well, here you go. How about a real image of what it actually looks like on Mars without their tampering? Funny enough, looks like other places we know, huh?
Have you ever heard the story about Carl Sagan and watching? And it was Carl Sagan and what's his name? He used to be on Coast to Coast with Richard C. Hoagland, and
Hoagland?
Carl Sagan talked about they were watching the Mars landing and it looked like blue skies, and Carl Sagan made the comment, "Oh my God, it looks just like Arizona," and with blue skies, and then they started changing the tint down so that it turned the sky red.
Yep, they threw the filter on instantly. Yeah, because you can't have that scientist seeing that, right?
Yep, that's right.
You throw that opaque redness on and you get rid of 3D depthness, you get rid of a lot of stuff. There you go.
We got
There's
water.
Nothing green growing on Mars. Nothing. There's no plant life on Mars either. Enjoy this picture that is not plant life or water.
You know, I got to thinking. You know, they talk about the genetically modified seeds that we have, like the the Roundup Ready seeds and the genetically modified stuff. Who's to say that they haven't genetically modified seeds that could grow in the atmosphere of Mars? And I bet you they already have.
Well, I sent you about 5 graphs that'll show you that you could live on Mars.
I believe it.
You got the graphs right there. You can't lie with them. It's their own science. You just have to know where to look for it. Oh, this is a great story. This is one of the ultra weird ones. He always parks at the same place, the grocery store, just down the road from his house. Strangely, Bigfoot likes to go to that parking lot in the middle of the night and let him know that they know where he parks at the grocery store. I kid you not.
Wow.
I kid you not, man. They pulled up
that's the one I was
benches.
telling you about. That's the one I was telling you about, Lee.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and he just goes to the store one day, and he gets out the car, and he's just flabbergasted. Calls me, as you can see, I'm on the phone with him there. You know, I'm snapping pictures. You can see my ugly face there. And he's like, I can't believe it, Chad. I can't believe it, Chad. I can't believe it. I'm like, show it all to me. Show me everything. And he showed me the sign, but literally, like Superman had pulled it out by the concrete.
Wow.
That's pulled out of concrete, guys.
And it doesn't look like it's bent at all. It just looks like it just pulled out.
Yeah, it's pulled out of concrete. Like, there's more pictures that might even show the crete around and what the rest of it looks like. Like, they broke it up, and they did it over 2 days.
I was running through. Oh, there, right there was one.
Yeah. Yeah, he parks right beside this every day, walks right into that little store, and this is how it shows up. So, what you don't know is that 3 or 4 days later, the city comes and sticks it in the ground. They pour new cement and they set the post. And 2 days later, Bigfoot came and pulled it up again. I was like, dude, I don't know. He's like, what does it mean, Jack? What are they doing? I'm like, bro, this is some of the weird crap that I got no idea, man. They're just like telling you we're everywhere. I don't know. You know, it's really weird.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, wow. His contact
they weren't having
stunning.
It.
His contact is stunning. Just stunning.
Okay, what are these other can we go through some of these others with you?
Sure, anything you want.
I was really interested in this thing.
Okay. So this comes on Steve Isdall's page.
Yes.
So if everybody doesn't know who Steve Isdall is,
yep,
that's howtohunt.com. Probably better.
Shout out Steve.
Yep, shout out Steve.
Hey, my mom said he's got the best one that she ever heard today. She watched it today.
I watched it just not too long ago. Yeah, I'm about to get shot 3 times. Yeah.
I'll have
So
to,
this was on
I'll have
Steve
to post that
Isdall's
in the
page. A
groups.
man in West Virginia, I think, sent him first one photo, and then like the next week, I found Isdall years ago, and then he had like 5 pictures that this man sent in that he says is a dogman skull. And you look at it, like I'm challenging anthropologists right now. There it is, pal.
Look at the teeth on that thing, man. That's not a bear, or
Oh,
that is.
wow. Those are
And
look at those chompers.
look how they're almost like serrated, like they go back, like they curve,
You know what I
like
find the most hideous thing about this picture, gentlemen?
what's that?
Look at the back 2
That just
teeth.
gives.
Look,
That just.
look at the
Those are
back 2 teeth on each side.
look like molars.
Those look like human molars,
Yeah, human.
oversized.
Yep, they sure do.
And if that's a dog's mouth, why does it flare open right there?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Like
The
that's a
backpack with the
regular
wisdom teeth
skull.
would be-
Yes,
Bothers me, man.
genetics.
There we go. I fucking love it.
hybrid.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
Genetics. There you go, people. We went to the moon and we didn't see anything except for a big obelisk and a pyramid we won't talk about. That's the official NASA slide. That's the official one. It may even have the damn slide number on it. I literally made sure all that crap was there so people go that want to go, that wasn't taken on the moon. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but it is my baby.
Wow.
You know?
Yes, it is.
You know? So people who think that we went to the moon and it was just a bunch of dust and craters and we didn't do anything, well, there it is. There it is. That's what they did. They looked at stuff like that, and then they came home and didn't tell you jack shit.
That's right. You know, I don't think they went to the moon in the rocket like they said they did. I think they went to the moon in reverse engineered technology.
I don't.
You don't think so?
Nope. Let's touch on reverse engineered technology. So, do humans have an anti-gravity device? I will give humans only one chance in 1,000,000 that they have an anti-gravity device, and if they do, it uses mercury.
Red mercury.
It's the only way I'm going to accept it, and I said it's 1 in 1,000,000. Here's why. You know what the anti-catherium device is?
Yes.
Okay. The anti-catherium device was made probably somewhere around 1500 to 2500 BC. Fell in a Phoenician's boat to the bottom of the ocean, gets crusted over, and we find it here in the early 1900s, or the early 20th century, right?
Yeah.
We can't even figure the damn thing out completely now, right?
That's right.
Okay. So there is nothing gonna make me believe that I can crash my car into a herd of bear and that in 5 years they're gonna have one of their own. It's not happening. It's not. And the sooner people can get over the fact of trying to think that we have their engineered technology and that we're using it the wrong. Take Bob Lazar. He said he saw him lift up, move a little bit, and lift back down. I think a 5-year-old could probably get in the car, and if I gave him 5 hours worth of experience, and I said, all you got to do is pull it down into park or drive, the D, and then put it back up into the P. You could probably do it. So did we get it off the ground? Yeah, we probably did. Right? We probably did. But we're not reverse engineering anything. We're not. If we had it, we would already have it. Do we continually try and break it down and figure it out? Sure. But it's just like lost languages. We would have had no clue, absolutely no clue, how to figure out Egyptian if it weren't for the Rosetta Stone. The Greeks luckily translated it for us, because if not, we'd be effing lost. And we're talking about just a language that's printed by the gigajillions of them, so you should be able to figure it out. But we couldn't have, because we didn't know how the vowels work, or how the consonants work, or how words came together as suffixes or prefixes. It's the same idea. You heard me say it. Let's reverse engineer that idea. Where do you start?
What do you think about David Adair? You know?
David Adair. Who's David Adair? Why
the
does
guy
that sound
that
so familiar?
the guy that he was supposed to be a genius, and claims that he went to Area 51 and saw a craft that he said looked like looked like it was alive.
Yeah. I think that's probably mostly horseshit.
Okay.
It's you don't work for the government, tell this shit and get away. There's only one person I know of that did it, and that's Bob Lazar. Maybe Phil.
Phil Schneider. The ones that talk don't know, and the ones that know don't talk.
That's right. That's right.
What about William Tompkins or Bill Tompkins?
Geez, you're talking about what the fake Apollo thing? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, he told the story about he was basically a genius. He had a photographic memory, and he made like a model of a U.S. Navy ship, and entered it into a science fair in high school. And then a grocery store bought it, or some kind of department store bought it and put it in their store window. And two Navy officers were walking by and they saw it, and they went in and told the store owner, said, we want to know who made that, and they confiscated it.
So it's been years since I researched that, but yeah, you just dinged my memory with that. Yep, I remember that now.
And he talked about the secret space program that we have, and
secret space program. There's another one. I love to crush this, boy. I love to crush it. Okay. Secret space program. There is no such thing as a secret space program, except there is this craft called, I think, the X-35, which launches, let's say it launched in 2020. It goes up, disappears. We don't know where the hell it goes. It shows up like 18 months later and gets a landing. Where's it going?
I know what you're talking about.
This may be the precursor to what people have said when they say that they think that there may be an outpost on Mars. There may be. This vehicle returns, oddly enough, at return windows when you would return from a closest approach return window from Mars, and it leaves many times on a closest approach window to Mars.
Wow.
Secret space program. So there's probably your secret space program. Are we flying around in UFOs? Nope, ain't happening. Ain't happening. Sorry.
What about the TR-3B? In that
is another big fiction. That's another big fiction. Yes, it is. If we have the TR-3B, then why don't we just go over and smack Russia? Why don't we fix a lot of things? Because we don't have no TR-3B. We have computer graphics and people who have actually seen triangular aircraft, but we don't have a TR-3B. This is, I think this is the Shard. This is either called the Shard or the Spire.
On the moon. On the moon.
This was taken by the Zond 3 aircraft, I think. I took this off of Tyler because he has such great footage of it. Why not?
That's supposed to. Isn't that supposed to be 2 or 3 miles high?
Yes, that thing's like 3 to 5 miles high.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
And I want
it is. We can image it with Hubble right now. But do we do it? No. Why? Those are the questions that people need to ask themselves. Why don't we know these things?
Absolutely.
You think everybody wants to see that thing close up? I know I do.
Yep. I sure do.
Here's a nice graph. So this is showing the radiation on Mars and how it is. You can die at high elevations. It will irradiate the piss out of you, but And in low elevations, as you can see, it's next to non-existent. Meaning that below sea level on Mars or at sea level on Mars, a person might be able to lay down and breathe. And I say breathe, you think, breathe? There's no oxygen on Mars. Oh, but good sir, I beg to differ. There is oxygen on Mars. Most definitely. And I have their own science to prove it.
Wow.
Just to show people that Mars is not some big red dead planet. It's blue and beautiful. It has water. It has plant life. You know,
Oh yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
people have problems with it though. There's another bad. Like, look. That's the shard and the tower in the back.
Yep. And somebody had to build that.
Something had to build them. That is correct. It would be my guess that it wasn't little spindly grays. They don't seem like they can bench press much or nothing. And I know that when women get finally tired of it, to punt one or punch one, they go flying.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that amazing? That, and like you said, they got the Hubble telescope. Why in the hell can't we get clearer pictures of that?
Well, we're going to see a picture that Hubble gave us here.
Awesome.
Oh, there's Heridas. Just to show, this is a series of 4 pictures, I think. As you can see, this is done by Northbridge, California's institute. I think that's Cambridge. Yep, I'm pretty sure it's Cambridge.
It looks like it says Cambridge on it.
Yep, it's okay. I can't read it really, but
August 3rd, 2012.
Yep, this is Triceratops horridus. You'll notice that he is stretching material. I say again,
Stretching
material.
Wow.
You know, I thought they were all bones, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Who would have known? I guess not the average person, because they ain't telling.
Nope.
And there's 4 or 5 different microscopic pictures to show you cellular work inside the piece of elasticity, that it stretches and reflexes back and all of that. More color pictures of Mars. Yep, more color pictures of Mars. Yep, real color pictures like these. This is what happens when you take a picture with your phone on Mars. Yeah, because this is from the Mascan 3 or some crap like that. I don't remember, but yeah, I took it because it's people don't get to see real photos of Mars. They get to see what they're given, not the real deal.
Science book.
Man.
Science book.
Yeah. What you get to know what we want to. Oh, I love this. Oh yeah. The Egyptians. The Egyptians were these people that made all these things that they don't have any hieroglyphs in and say that they were built when they came here. Okay, I'm down with that, and I believe that. What I find really funny is how the hell did an Egyptian know what a sperm was? How did he know? And what is all that science going on with his dingle?
Wow.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. I couldn't help but notice that instantly, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, but you
That's
don't see these on Egypt programs, do you, Dave?
That's an Egyptian boner right there.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what else to call it, but that's what it is.
It looks like he's getting ready to put it in an Instapot.
Why beat around the bush? Why beat around the bush? Call it what it is.
Oh my god! Wow! Genetics.
Like genetics, that's right, baby. Egyptian porn genetics.
I gotta get out of here. Oh Lord.
Oh,
we're gonna get flagged for that one.
Oh god. Oh, here we go. This is another statue blown in half. There are no chip marks there where that's blown in half. It's literally blown in half and vitrified. You can see on its right leg on the left hand side that it's literally just melted. Like that's volcanic furnace. That's 5,000 degrees. What people don't know is that when you go into the desert in Egypt, and I know I've been to the deserts over there, they suck. The military gave me a ride over there. I hated it.
Oh man.
Anyway, when you reach down in the ground in the desert over there, you reach down in the desert and just literally come to a layer of glass in the desert. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's what they literally built their little turquoise scarabs out of. You know, they're always green. It's that. That's what it is. It's that green glass. So in Egypt, there was something that happened that we don't know. And they really have no idea. So this is about the time that I started to. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take forbidden archaeology for real. So you know what I did? I went down to the local community college and took archaeology classes.
Wow, that's awesome.
Dude, if you want to learn, you
It's
have to know.
obviously it's obviously half of a statue, and it looks like half of it's gone.
Yeah, it's just blown away. Like there was
If you
some. Like
notice,
look
it
at all.
just looks like the lower half and some arms.
Yeah, look at the detritus behind it, Dave.
That's interesting.
Look at the destruction behind it. Like this looks like literally World of Worlds showed up about 500 meters above the ground and just started shooting energy bombs. Boom, 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 boom. We're just blowing everything up.
Isn't there a place over in I think it's called Mohenjo-Daro over in between Pakistan and India or somewhere like that, where they think a nuclear blast went off a long time ago?
Yeah, where the people are still irradiated in the ground.
Yes.
Turkey. That's in Turkey.
Is that where it's at?
Yeah, it's in Turkey, and they're literally irradiated into the ground. Like archaeologists don't want to go and screw with the bones and the bodies because they could wind up irradiated. Yeah, but who doesn't know that? Oh wait, damn near everybody doesn't know that for some reason.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That is the original frame of the. So there it is. You can look. You can go
right
to
here.
their archives and find it. Yeah, you can see it. And the enhancement was done by you just said his name earlier, Hoagland.
Richard Hoagland.
Yeah. So that's an enhancement by Hoagland and his team. But there is the original. There it is. If people want to go see it, there it is, right there. Don't argue with me. Argue with NASA. Yep. I included that specifically for those reasons, so people could literally take the 4 hours that's going to be a rabbit hole just to find where that's at, and that's if they're good on the internet. Because those are buried. They don't.
Wow.
It takes a while to go and even get to where you can see these.
That is amazing stuff, man. Let me see.
Yeah, it's my life.
It's awesome, man.
More graphs from Mars. Natural xenon. Okay. So this is a chart that basically shows that Mars was nuked.
Wow.
Mars was nuked. What's the name of that researcher guy? Bradberg?
I'm not sure.
Bradberg. I want to say Bradberg.
It ain't Ray Bradbury, is it?
No. I almost said that too. No, I think it's Brandenburg or Bradberg. I can't remember. But he was worked for NASA. Got a bunch of results showing way above normal levels of xenon, which is it comes from nuclear weapons, and he was in the elevator with another guy who was part of another area that they don't communicate when they're and he says, "Can I see that?" And the guy looks at the graphs and charts that the guy's got, and they're talking in this elevator, and the guy says under his breath, "It was nuked," and then looks up at Bradberg and goes, "Here, take this." And I guess that's how he got on the trail of trying to find They were nuked. And when you look at the planet, like I have pictures of the planet too, where a third of the planet is scarred black. People don't know that. A third of the planet is actually scarred black.
Wow.
Where it was
I'm
hit.
beginning to wonder if that. I'm beginning to wonder if that's one of our weapons, or if that's something. If that's something from them, you know.
It seems that it's
They could be
something from
testing
an
it. They could be
ancient
testing
war in
it
the
on Mars.
past.
They could be testing it on Mars, or we are, or
I
I
hope
both.
think
not.
I think Mars was a battleground a long time ago. They used to
I
go
do
there
too.
and go to war.
Yeah,
You know what I think Mars was? I don't
yeah,
think it. I entertained the idea that Mars
craters and
was
stuff.
where the Tower of Babel was at.
That makes sense.
Well, it says God came down pretty
Mm-mm.
angry.
Mm-hmm.
And he did a lot of nasty stuff to us then. He separated
And
us by creed, color, and language.
you know the obelisk on Phobos
Yes.
may be a record of that war.
Yeah, sure. You know what I think that is, actually? I think that's just a listening post. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so in the
Wow.
military, when in Desert Storm, the nuclear biological chemical room had to put out these things we call torpedoes, but they look just like a torpedo or something. And we had to go to the perimeters and stick them on the edge of the perimeters because that would check and see if any chemicals were coming in. It was an early warning detection system, and I think that's probably what the thing on Phobos is. Oh yeah, there you go. Archaeologists say this is an egg that depicts three mountains.
Good
It looks
picture.
like
It's 5,000 years old. I think those three mountains look just exactly like the pyramids, if you ask me.
yeah, I think so too. And it looks like a
Mhm.
river right
Wow.
beside it.
Yeah, I would say so.
Nope. Those are three
A river
mountains that
or a
are
snake.
4,000 miles away in a river somewhere else, and those aren't pyramids. Listen to your elders. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
They've been around a long time. And it's
I tell
amazing that's an egg. That's where
Well, I
somebody
think. Well,
5,000 years
I've
ago.
heard someone say that yeah, that could be a snake or a river. That's interesting. There,
I think that's a river running right beside three pyramids, if you ask
I
me.
think so too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh
that'd be
yeah, the
my
pyramids
guess.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, hit another picture. This is
Wow.
fun. I love eclectic evidence. Oh, there's some more evidence from Mars. There
I
it
think that's the
is.
same xenon.
It's just basically showing more of the weapons grade xenon. That was me trying to prove to myself that somebody got really angry at whatever or whoever was on Mars and nuked the shit out of them. Like
Mm-hmm.
nuked it so
Hmm.
hard that it wrecked the planet.
You know the pictures of the Tower of Babel, like you was talking about. The pictures of the Tower of Babel, it almost looks like the same shape as the Vimanas that they show in India.
Yeah, the tall ones.
The real
Yeah.
tall Vimanas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I've wondered what the Tower of
That
Babel was for a
10,
long
12 feet
time.
tall.
You know, I've often thought that, didn't it say in that man spoke the same language and then
Yes.
they started babbling, right?
Yep.
Well, if man spoke the same language, then wouldn't it stand to reason that they would have had the same religion?
Yep. And
And
we were all the same.
yes,
Whatever
and
we
then
were.
so then maybe all the religions that we have now is bits and pieces of a collective whole. That's
You know,
I've often thought that.
you're real close to right, I think there, although I don't think that I'm completely right. But I think what happened was when they punished the shit out of us and they changed us genetically because they were so mad at us that they did it so effectively that the first humans that were laid back down didn't know how to take care of themselves. They were all new versions. They hadn't grown up on this planet. You know what I mean? So they
Boy,
had
that
to be kind of tutored a little. Help.
that makes sense.
And that's why you have evidence of some of the things you do across the planet. So this is more burnt, scarred, megalithic detritus. Like, what does it take to blow these boulders across this field and scar rock that it would last for thousands of years like this?
Nuclear weapon.
Big
Something.
explosion. Yeah.
You know, that Dr. Wilhelm Reich always said that the deserts had an energy disease, and basically what he was getting at was that the energy was bad in the desert, kind of devoid of life, and the way he referenced it was like your red blood cells under a microscope. If they're healthy, they will have a blue hue to them. And that's the orgone. He said that's what the orgone energy is. You can see under the microscope. But people that are sick and unhealthy, they won't have the blue hue. And
yeah,
so
Carillion photography will even look different.
yes. So he's basically what I kind of took from the desert thing was that there'd been like some major destruction that messed up the energy in the area. It knocked out the orgone.
Well, and seemingly this whole desert across the top half of Africa almost basically came from nowhere. Like when you look back and see that the Sphinx was actually surrounded by a jungle, in Eastern Africa or Western Africa, like I don't know, probably 3,500 miles straight west of the Great Pyramids. Yeah, there's more where he took more pictures of it. Yeah, sign hanging on and everything, and you can see it's pulled out of the cement.
Yeah. Is this where it was pulled out right here?
Yep. Look at the tree, too. Notice the tree. This is another thing I started trying to tell him to look for. You need to start watching trees and where they're bald and rubbed at. Creature gets used to grabbing something the same way. I walk out and grab my car. I put my hand in the same spots. You can see them. Trees react the same way. I find it odd that this entire tree is devoid of bark, right? And me and him already know that a whole troop of them come through here every night. This is right in the middle of Melbourne, folks. This is right on the edge of Melbourne. Wow. And they come through here every night and go dumpster diving, baby.
Food.
Oh yeah, these things don't care. They're starting to get really comfortable with people, or they just don't care.
So those are the approximate centers of possible nuclear detonation.
Curiosity rover. Is that the moon?
No, that's Mars. It's showing you Mars right there.
Oh, wow. Is this the pyramid? Is these the pyramids over here?
That is. I can't remember what those are called. Those are actually mountains.
Okay.
Those are 3 mountains, but they're laid out awfully odd. If you look at them, they're laid out in a triangle with 3 of them being in a perfect line.
Hey, have you seen the picture where they claim that it's a satellite image of Mars and it looks like a mushroom cloud going off?
I've seen the dust storm, but I don't know about the mushroom cloud.
There is a mushroom cloud that is a classic nuclear mushroom cloud. It's supposed to have been a photograph taken from Mars.
Wow. No, I'd like to see it, though.
If that's the case, does that mean that they're still warring up there?
Oh, I hate to think about a war between aliens.
That'd be vicious, man. With weaponry,
there could be a war. Maybe think about this, guys. What if there's been a war going on and they're just not letting they're trying to cover it up?
Well, I've often thought that the UFOs that we see here that jump in and out of it's like they just appear and disappear. It's like would be kind of the equivalent of a submarine surfacing and resurfacing,
popping in and out.
Yes.
Popping in and out. Yes, like they're maybe trying to escape, getting shot at, or maybe regrouping.
I personally don't think that there is a war in heaven in that sense with the aliens, and this can bring me to another thing that might be a teaching moment. So I hear all this crapola about. Here you go. See anything? That's the moon.
I see a foundation.
Yeah, that's the good old moon there. That must be one old foundation, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, and there's more of it over here.
Yes.
And back in there.
It's used to be one of my hobbies for about 10 or 15 years was collecting evidence on the moon, because it was like one of the first ways you could go, oh, bullshit, see? Oh, don't lie to me, NASA, see? Oh, don't lie to me, NASA, see? And I realized NASA didn't give a shit. I'm like, yeah, I know. Prove it. We don't care if you do. We're not telling nobody nothing.
But you're going to pay for it with your tax money.
That's right. We're going to give you 2 bad color photos and take 20,000 of the aliens that watched us.
Yeah, there you go.
You know?
This is more of the pulling and stretching of the.
Yep. Triceratops auridus. You've seen it, folks. There it is. Flesh of Triceratops auridus being stretched and pulled at Cambridge University.
Wow. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What you were going to say earlier.
That's
the teaching.
quite okay.
The teaching moment.
And what was I getting to? Oh, yeah, races. Yeah, here we go. So, you know, they were the Zebulonians from Dipulisterus, and they said that we need to start using more mouthwash and cleaning the planet. They were from Flexaronia, and they had green eyes and blue hair, and they said that we need to pay attention to Let me tell you something. It's like this. No galactic civilization is going to be able to survive Bigfoot. This is on the beach, right outside his house. That's a pretty nice foot for Bigfoot, isn't it? That's a nice foot.
Yeah, it is.
I'm like, damn, Bigfoot, you should be a foot model. I'm looking at that foot. I'm like, damn, that guy's squared away, dude. He got a nice set of toes.
He's manicured.
Yeah, he's manicured. He's happening. He's happening.
Yeah, wow.
He's got a couple more pictures of what he found that morning on the beach, which is Christmas morning, which I guess I'll get to eventually here. Oh, yeah, that's what you're talking about, remember?
The Phobos obelisk. Yep.
Yep.
It almost looks like there's something else down in here.
There probably is. Yeah, that thing off to its left. Yeah.
Do you think that you say you think that's an observation post?
I think that's probably some kind of early warning detection area. It's an observation post.
Wasn't there a spacecraft shot down that tried to go around Phobos or something from the Russians? And they took a photograph of something that it looked like it was shooting at them or something?
How'd you get so educated?
Oh, I've been following this stuff for a long time.
How old are you?
I'm 50 this year.
Okay. All right. Yep. Hats off. Yes, sir. You are exactly correct. One of the most incredible pieces of UFO proof ever was Phobos 2, launched by the Russians sometime in the early 80s. Omni Magazine in the middle 80s, for those of us who are old enough to remember, posted the picture on the front cover. And what it was is, as Phobos 2 came into view around one of the moons of Mars,
Are you still with us, buddy? Hey, David, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear him?
Nuh-uh. Sometimes when we hit the 3 hour mark, it might. I've heard that before, but I know we've gone longer and had no issues, so I'm not sure.
I wonder if he. Okay, hold on.
It doesn't show he's muted.
It does show on my end. It shows that he's muted.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, did you unmute him? Are you there, Chad? Phobos. Anyway, that picture he's talking about, I think it looked like like a cylinder-shaped object that looked like it was shooting a beam out of it, and then they lost contact with that Phobos 2 spacecraft. I think it was like a satellite type deal. You still there, David? I can't hear him. Hey, Tracy, can you hear me speaking? Can you hear me, David?
Yes, sir.
Well, the technical difficulty gremlins had to get us at least once tonight, didn't they?
Yeah. It's okay. Hey, we had a 3 hour run.
Yep.
Um, he's definitely one of these guys we'll definitely have to have back.
Absolutely. Hey, will you text him, David, to see if he's all right or if he?
Yeah. I've already messaged him.
Okay. Well, if that's okay, if you've already messaged him, that's all right. Hey, I wonder if it's storming where he's at because it's really storming bad here, and I wonder if lightning struck and knocked his power out. He says, "I'm here. I muted me." He's in the chat room. Let's see here. Oh, it muted him. Let me see here. I'm gonna remove and add to the stream. Oh, send the link here again. Okay, I will. Okay. I hear you, David. It keeps knocking you off, doesn't it?
Okay, it shows he's there, right? But we can't hear him.
Yeah. He asked me to send him the link, so he must be going to try to link back in. Wow, David, this has been an interesting show, man.
It's definitely I like these kind because it's like a you get there we go.
I can't hear him. Sorry, Argo, we can't hear you. I thought I heard him for a second.
When it did this last time, did we all have to leave and come back in, or did he have to leave again and come back in?
Let me try to. I'm going to try to recycle the, make sure or restart it. So it may take it a second, but here we go. So
Okay.
Give us just a few minutes, guys. We'll be right. David, can you hear me? Well, guys, we've okay. We got Phantom's coming back in right there. Hey, Phantom,
Okay,
I got you loud and clear.
cool.
Awesome,
You can hear me okay?
got you.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being patient in the chat room.
Yeah, this has been awesome. It's definitely been one of those tutorials for me.
Okay, Argo's coming back. Okay,
Can you hear me?
gotcha. 10-4. Gotcha.
Okay.
Awesome,
Sorry
man.
about that technical difficulty.
Well, that's okay. It happens. I don't know why. I mean, you just went out. We were talking about Phobos, and you said, was the craft? Did it look like a cylinder-shaped object that shot a laser out or something?
Now, it looked like a spike. You know, when it comes on the
spike.
planet, you see like the half moon shape of Mars, and then you see this real tall, because it's like a white thick toothpick or something. Except the bottom
Yes.
kind of has a weird smooth L shape cut out of the bottom of it. But
Wow.
the top of it comes to a point, and the Phobos 2 aircraft or spacecraft was able to take 3 photos, and during those photos, it made an analysis of the object. They turned the instruments on to actually make an analysis of the object, and its estimation is that it was, I want to say, 21 kilometers long,
Wow.
or 23 kilometers long, 21, 23, who cares, 1 or 2 kilometers, whatever. And it was 3 kilometers thick. And it took 3 pictures, and the last one, I think, shows something being speeding towards the aircraft, and boop, no more Phobos 2. But the pictures were they just floored you. They were incredible. And Lee can tell you what they look like. He's seen them there. I mean, they were a 21 kilometer long, 3 kilometer thick, estimated disc to be on its side. Sitting right there.
Wow.
There's more Mars info.
Thorium.
Mars info. Yep.
Have you heard of the thorium reactors that were they had a thorium car that was supposed to be able to run for 120 years?
Mm-hmm. I found that really weird, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, just because we use petrol gas doesn't mean that's the only way to get around. That's
you got
sure.
Well, the first thing they're looking for up in Mars or the moon is water, because they can turn water into fuel.
Yeah, hydrogen.
So if they can turn water into fuel, why are we still driving around on gasoline?
But then you didn't know? There was a guy who made a car that ran off of water about
Stan Myers.
Yeah, now he told the government to stick it in their ass. 2 weeks later, he's dead.
Yep, he
And
sure
the government
was.
took his patent. Oopsie.
Yep, they were going to use it for military applications.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too bad.
Did you
We could definitely have the other modes of transportation.
Did you see any vehicles when you were in the military that were running off of water?
No.
Ain't that
No.
something?
But I'll tell you what, because I haven't told anybody what. Well, I may have told what unit I was in. Shit. Let's put it this way. Over in the Gulf, if you don't think the aliens will get interested in what was going on above everybody's perimeter, you're wrong. They wanted to know, and they looked at everybody.
So
and they weren't shy about it either. They
There
were
wasn't-
like, show up. Everybody went, what the hell? And they were there for a second and gone.
Have you ever seen those lights that come down out of the sky that come to a point and stop before they hit the ground?
Or the ones that go into weird old places, ancient ruins and stuff like that.
I've
I've
not seen that.
seen them myself, but I have seen those things, on video.
I
Put up
saw.
another picture.
Okay. I saw there was at least 4 or 5 of those lights off in the distance from the house here.
Oh, there we go again. There's Dogman skull beside Brown Bear skull. They don't look the same, do they?
Not at all.
No,
I noticed
Brown
that
Bear
you
skull.
said something about a fluted nasal passage or nasal.
Look at that. That
look
thing's
at
scary, man.
And look at the eyes on it, man. Look how big the
Huge.
eyes. Wow.
Huge ocular capacity.
That thing is seeing all kinds of stuff.
And smelling all kinds of stuff.
Absolutely. And that thing, wow.
So wolves can smell 40 times stronger than a man. So a man has approximately 2.5 to 5 million smell receptors at most in his nose. And the dog has between 40 and 70 million.
Wow.
Now, a wolf can smell a dead animal or dying animal from 50 miles away with the proper wind current. 50 miles. Now you wonder why the aliens made a security being that involves a canine? Well, why would you? They see 8 times better than a man at night. They see as good as a panther at night.
This thing right here is just a predator, man. And you know something I've
Yes.
noticed here is it's got a sagittal crest.
I know, it's weird.
And the sagittal crest is something that they talk about the gorilla having,
Yeah.
and the square footage of or poundage of pressure per square inch that they can clamp down on because of that.
Yeah, because of the muscles attached to it. Yeah.
Yes.
You're a smart guy. You know that? You're a smart
Oh.
guy.
Well, I try, man. I've looked at a lot of stuff.
So, just like me. I just go in.
I want to know. I want to know.
Yep. Tell me.
Yeah, like you
know,
said,
I
hey,
don't care if it's bad. Okay, I can deal with it. I just want the truth.
I do too. I want to know. I want to know what to look for to avoid if we can avoid. If we can avoid it.
We can. I think we could. We could. I think we could. We could force parlay.
Mm-hmm.
Can we win? No. Can we force parlay? Maybe. We might be able to force parlay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hit another picture. There's like 5 of those in that skull. I want to get plenty so people ain't ever seen a Dogman skull. They can say, man, I saw one the other night on my buddy's show.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is, folks. And Isdall. That's how all the credit goes
Steve
to Isdall.
Isdall. Yes.
Yeah, all the credits is. Like, he's the man who showed this. I'm just the man that is not willing to see it once to have everybody forget it.
Is that is this the
That's
same
the brain
skull?
case.
I was
Yep.
going to say, is that the zygomatic arch right there?
I guess. See, you sound like
It's
you
a-
know more about the body now than I do.
Right
you
here.
study more of their way they're put together.
It almost looks like the zygomatic arch, like that's on the side. Yeah, like the side of the jaw.
I just know when I saw it that I've done enough archaeology to know skulls and what real bone looks like.
Yeah,
and the closer you get to the video of that, you can see that's real bone. That's it's not a fake.
That's
I'm
a
sorry.
pure predator right there.
Yeah,
That thing is designed for kill.
Yeah,
Quit-
it's as smart as you probably.
Mm-hmm.
It can smell you from 50 miles away. It can. So we'll go to the Indians in the Southwest and track it, run them beside the trucks, so it can do 70. Wow. And it can see you at night as clear as you can see in the day.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's scary, man. It's a great security being, though. Ain't no one getting up on your ass with one of those watching you. I'll tell you that.
Nope.
I've been in situations where foreign countries are firing hostile anger at you, and I can tell you, I'd rather have him in a damn foxhole than anybody. Let's go. I had a 12-foot, 900-pound dog man with me. Let's tear ass, bro.
Hey, have you heard the stories about the dog man over in, I think it was Afghanistan, that they supposedly the soldiers had seen, and they were killing terrorists?
Yeah.
With some kind of a knife that looked like, or a sword that looked like the ancient Egyptians would carry.
Yeah, that would just be tech. I don't know if that's true, but do I think that Dogman is a being that can be given a task and it'll fulfill it? You absolutely. You better bet your butt.
Well, if what is it?
There's the second time.
Yeah.
Bent
And it's even different. It's a different spot too, isn't it?
Yeah, bent the sign. They took it over here. Yeah. And bent the sign too. And you can see where that sign's bent. It looks like somebody just grabbed it with their hand, had their giant thumb against the bar, and then their fingers on it and just kind of curled and bent it a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely, they're toying with you.
Yeah, it's weird, Bigfoot wants you to know he's around, and that's one thing I don't understand. It's really mystifying.
We had a past couple of our guests on, and they talked about the paranormal part of Sasquatch, and one of them was funny. He said his roommate was blaming him for taking his pepperonis, and they were ending up missing out of the refrigerator.
Was that Mike Patterson?
Yeah, somehow this Sasquatch was taking the pepperonis, and he said even the package wasn't even open. It ended up being where he had to count them, and it was still happening. And then, he was still taking them, and that package wasn't even open. Was the bizarre thing.
Yeah, I see. Those are the things that are so personal with a person and their Bigfoot experience. And once again, that's not a guy who's having the go out in the woods, try to find him, come home, nothing happens.
Oh
He's one of the
no,
guys.
it was almost like they came to him.
They do come to him. They do come to
Absolutely.
him. That was one thing
Yeah.
I was going to tell Scott Pace. Scott Pace said something. I was so proud of him. He said, "Man, they've been in my house. Man, they get in my house." He's
Yeah,
excited.
that's actually who I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they do. They do get in your house. So the woman that I'm speaking about with the dog man picture there, okay?
Hmm.
So she's a contactee. There is absolutely no doubt. And cryptids, literally, I don't, man, it's like they're house guests, man. This woman is married, and he's into the supernatural also. They got another investigator that I cannot stand, and he's a punk. And he knows who he is, you punk. And he's working on it too, and he's a punk that don't know shit. Sorry. My wife just told me, watch. She's right. But anyway, so I'm sorry. I don't like the guy. I'd just fight over 50 for him. So it's okay. It blew up on them. It blew up on them. A bunch of people quit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So she is having the most incredible experiences I've ever seen. I have a picture of a Bigfoot sticking his arm in her window.
Oh man.
That's scary, bro. And it's like, it's not blurry. It's a damn giant. It's an arm as long as your body reaching in the house. I have pictures of dog man standing outside her windows, and all you can see is just like the little pointy ears, the moon, which is freaky enough, right? And its glowing eyes. It's just crazy. So that dog man should come right out the woods like it said hello to her. She, oh, hold on, snap, took a picture of it. It's just that easy. That's how stuff works around her house. Back to what Scott said, them coming in her house. We're video chatting, and she shows me some like greasy smudge stains on the carpet behind where she's sitting on the computer, which they're right directly behind her, and she's got white shag carpet. So it's these two huge brown marks, kind of brown marks, where Bigfoot stands behind her in her house.
Wow.
And I say that because I believe it.
That's a little close for comfort.
But, you know, these are the type of intricate involvements that abductees who are dabbling in cryptozoology have happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. I found it funny. Let me ask you a question. Do you find it funny that I told you that 60 to 70% of all abductees are being trained for a job, and 70% of that is crowd control? You know what 20% of that is?
No.
Flying a UFO.
Wow.
Do we remember what Scott said about that?
He got to sit in the seat.
Okay. I just want you to realize, genetics.
Genetics,
Crowd control. Wow.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of anybody getting a download, Chad?
Yeah. Yeah. There's people you can see that actually, I can turn you on to a documentary that you can literally see where a man got a download. That's obvious. It's the Stan Romanek story.
I know who he is.
Yep.
And they put stuff on his computer, and now didn't he go to jail or something?
Yep. I'd say he got framed for pedophilia.
Yep.
But, you know, and he also got caught trying to fake one time. But
man, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, a guy sitting in a chair. I thoroughly researched fucking everybody, bro. Yeah, I was sitting in a chair one time. He had a pencil in his hand. Didn't realize that the camera could see it. He flipped the pencil and was like, "See there," you know. Mm-hmm. So I just hate it when they do stuff like that because, like, everything else,
it just takes away all the credibility.
it really hurts it. I mean, you have to be someone who understands what real information is, and that he had a lot of real information. He really is an abductee. You know, I mean, but
I got a quick question. I got a quick question for you. I don't know who this guy's name is, but I seen this footage a long time ago where this guy was supposedly he had this. It looked like a long bracelet type thing.
Oh, yeah.
That
The whatever device. Yeah. And supposedly he disappeared using it or something.
Yeah, like he opened a portal with it or something and disappeared.
So I don't know.
See,
about that.
I don't think you can find that footage anymore. It's like gone.
I know I've saved it in my Argotanza YouTube page before, and it's not there. So yeah, I don't know. What do you know who I talk about when I say the guy who was walking his dog in the Pacific Northwest? His dog runs up on an alien. It blasts his dog. And he runs over and clubs it.
Yeah,
little UFO there.
Yeah, and then he had it in the freezer.
Yes.
And the thing was still alive.
Yep. And he took pics, laid it out, and all that stuff. So I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's real. I would love to be able to get on the inside of that story and find out if that was horseshit or real. Because if it was real, wow.
That he had a picture of the ship. It was a black spike-looking thing in the woods hovering.
Yep, just sitting there.
Yeah, and you know what I thought about when I saw it? It looked like it was made out of rock, almost like a black onyx type of
looks stealthy,
stone.
Slick.
Yeah, and then they talk about the Rendlesham Forest when they saw that craft that it looked smooth, like a lot like they kind of describe it like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's real or not, or the guy with the bracelet, but those are real old school ones that were very interesting at the time.
Yes, they were. Hey, do you know anything about the John Teeter stuff?
Teeter, the
time traveler that came back, and
yes.
he had supposedly had schematics. It showed it was military.
Weird. So let me tell you, no one's coming back from the past. It doesn't work like that. Now, let me give you the one exception that may have happened. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is the only one exception.
Philadelphia experiment.
Nope, not even the Philadelphia experiment. There are not enough credible witnesses with evidence. But I'll tell you what there is. In the old Office of Scientific Investigation and Research, there is a case that in the 70s, a man basically appeared out of nowhere on a road in Suffolk. I think it was Suffolk, England. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's wearing traditional 16th century garb, speaking traditional 16th century English. And if you understand traditional 16th century English, a sentence goes like this. Thus and therefore I rode forthwith with great haste upon, like that's how they talk, right?
Right.
So this guy was recovered by the OSIR, who were then doing tests on him, and they did a chemical analysis of his bone to see if he was full of shit. Because every human born at each age will have certain things in their bones and their body, certain pollutants, that are indicative of the era you lived in. And they found no modern pollutants in his system, and they had him alone in a room, come back, and he's gone. It may be the one incidence that I will accept for time travel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, wonder how that would be possible if he maybe was that on a ley line at just the right exact moment that something charged it up?
Along that lines, yeah. I think that there are forces in the cosmos that we don't know, and of course the aliens don't know.
Is Stonehenge close to Suffolk?
Suffolk? I'm not sure really. It's out on the Salisbury Plain. I think Suffolk that area. Yeah, I think so.
That might be.
England's a very weird place.
Mm-hmm. We've got a buddy that could attest to that, don't we, David?
Yeah, there are lots of great YouTubers out there, man, that are Scottish and Irish stuff out there now that I'm beginning to watch that are
Oh yeah.
pretty good. They provide some. What they provide is what everybody seems to be looking for. Oh, there's a Bigfoot, or there's a foot, or there's a print. It's time for cryptozoology to marry hand in hand ufology, and then begin to build a foundation of understanding from there, because they are and always will be tied genetically together, because that's what's tying them together, along with us.
It's amazing is
Portal.
we. Oh wow.
There you go. Want to see a portal? Taking a picture. Taken of a portal. There it is, folks. Yummy. That's eye
Wow.
candy right there.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't even look like it's bright enough to be a sun, like a reflection.
There are things in quantum physics that show that when you separate two atoms, that you could affect one atom and have it affect the other atom when they're completely separated, whether by miles or millions of light years. It's one of the strange things about the universe. So it's my guess that the aliens have somehow marshaled that power, are able to then create a space and then put you through a machine wherever they're at, then you come through the projected tech space, and that's why it closes. It doesn't stay around forever. Why do the creatures instantly turn and go somewhere? They're on a mission. They got something to do.
Yeah.
They're not just showing up out of the fifth dimension. People say they travel dimensionally, and I say horse shit. You know why? If they travel dimensionally, they just pop over here and pop over there. But they don't. They walk. And why do they walk? Because they have legs. Why do they have legs? Because evolution says you need legs to walk, not step into a dimensional door and step back out.
Yep.
There's so many silly things that people subscribe to. They're just so dumb. You just got to drop it.
Have you seen the work that a guy by the name of Mud Fossil does?
I like Mud Fossil. Mud Fossil's a little way out there sometimes. But like anybody who does this work, every now and then he hits something. I'm like, damn, Mud Fossil. Yeah, you pretty much right on with that one. But it's it's kind of like creating content.
Mm-hmm.
In his line, where does the end come? Well, it can't. He has to have content.
Yeah.
There's the Tower of Babel taken by the Zon 3 right there. Look at how high that sticks up from how far it's taken. Like, we haven't had any interest to show anybody that. Thanks.
Is that the moon? That's the moon, isn't it?
That's the moon. That's taken by the Russian Zon 3 in 1965. It was the very first picture ever of it.
Now, is this on the far side of the moon, or is this on the...
I'm not sure, actually. I mean, that getting down to that part, I don't really know. I didn't go that far,
Have you seen the Nikon 900 cameras that can zoom right into the craters?
Oh, yeah.
I've got one of those, and I've been taking pictures of the moon and trying to find stuff.
Do you know your craters?
Not really. I'd have to get a map.
Okay. There's a couple of the Irkut. There's one. There's a couple of others that are like, yeah. Well, there's a couple of I actually got some pictures from one of them in here, I think. But
that's just a fantastic picture of that. That thing is huge.
It's huge.
It is absolutely huge.
Tell him, Lee. Tell him how big that is to stick off that planet.
You don't think that's the moon's version of that hieroglyphic of the Egyptian, do you?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, man. I really don't. I know it's there, and they don't want to sell people,
Hey, have you ever seen, I think it's when they had that press conference in Washington, D.C., which just was a bunch of retired...
In the 90s?
A bunch of retired politicians. And then the guy said that he'd worked for NASA, and he saw photographs of structures on the moon.
Oh, yeah.
And was waiting for him to reveal it on the news, and he said they never did.
Yeah, you're talking about the People's Hearing. Yeah, the People's Hearing.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, the one that Dr. Greer set up back in the days when he was actually doing good work and not. I mean, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that was fantastic. That's a great one to watch. I've watched that probably 3 or 4 times. Just those old men, who are most of them are all gone now, trying to tell you it's a fact, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they still have that old school. Yeah, there's more science for Mars to show that a person can live, man. Person can live. I want to get to our pictures in Australia with Mr. Gray. Like, you're about to see an alien, Lee.
Awesome.
Yeah.
More blue sky. I hope it's on here.
It's in there. Oh, here we go. Hubble was turned in the late 90s towards the moon to take a couple of shots. Oops.
It looks like a
Something
pyramid.
got leaked. Yeah. This is taken by Hubble, and it got leaked.
Wow.
Yeah. There's all sorts of weird shit in this photo. Not only is the pyramid strange in the middle of the crater, but if you look at the crater edge. So this is what people who say that the moon is being mined, this is one of the main pieces of evidence that they say shows that the moon is being mined, because there's a follow-up picture. Yeah, you're on it right there.
Yeah, right in there. It's like spill banks.
Yeah, and so there's a follow-up picture of this, Lee, that's like 2.5 years later, and that whole rim right there looks different. And this thing in the foreground that's obviously been worked, it's all pushed down and different.
Let me see if I can find that. Oh, no. No entry. Let's see.
There's Cloakty Bigfoot.
Is that like a hair sample or something?
No, this is I think is this Neptune maybe? I don't remember what this is. Shite. I don't remember what it is.
Doggone it.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right. It's okay. There's that age.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's the pyramid.
Enhancement. Yeah. That's Hoagland's enhancement of that frame as him 10793 or whatever it is.
Did you follow Project Camelot any?
Camelot's another one that started out real good and then went
Project Serpo.
Yeah, right?
Uh-huh.
You know how many of these? Oh, I can't stand those guys, man. And Corey Goody, man, that guy should just have his ass beat. Lying freak. There you go. There's that same structure turned to where you can really get a good look at it. Now,
there's it looks like a complex. It's some kind of. Wow, that's a big complex.
Yeah, you just saw it, huh?
Yeah.
That is a big square.
Absolutely, it is. That's like a town or a city.
It's funny how the moon makes squares in its geology.
Uh-huh. Like Yonaguni Monument.
Yeah, oopsie. Here's so this is in Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. And this was a tower, and you can see what was built inside, what was inside of it initially. But look at this tower. This tower looks like it's literally been shot by a missile. It's blown up everywhere. It's not broken down and laying off to the side. It's blown up.
I wonder what that...
If a person can't look around at that and know what an explosion looks like, then I can't help them, man. If you think it fell over in all them pieces, okay.
No, that's some total devastation right there.
Yeah, that's somebody up above taking care of some kind of business. We got to get rid of Sodom.
What is this thing right here in the?
I don't know what that is, but it's a concreted thing that was built at the time of destruction.
It almost looks like, I wonder if it's like part of the missile that melted back in the day and turned to rock.
I don't know. I don't know, man. There's so much of this weird devastation shit on our planet and Mars.
There was a hell of a war.
There was one hell of a war somewhere. Sometime.
What about the theory about Tiamat being the asteroid belt?
Yeah, I think that's probably fact. Yeah, and I think that we may be the chunk of Tiamat. There you go. There's my buddy on the beach, and he was tracking Dogman. You know, it's really funny though.
What's that?
That's the only track.
You know what? That isn't that weird how you just find one track. David can attest to that. He found one. It's neat looking. If he ever can show you the photograph of it, you'll be impressed by it. It's big.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. That's palm size. That's a big
Yes,
mutt
it is.
right there. That's pretty big mud. He's a 6'1" or something, so he got big old hands.
Oh yeah! Wow,
So-
that is
Yeah, so it's as big as his palm. So that's probably a
1,
heavy
2,
dog
3,
there.
4.
Yep, and it's the only one there.
Now, what? Now, what? Can you explain why there's only one footprint that's found?
I can't explain it. I can tell you that I have ideas, and I will always preface those. Right? If I know something, I say I know it. This is the way it is. If I have ideas, I'll tell you I have an idea, and I do have an idea.
Okay.
So he's an abductee, and whether people want to wrap their heads around it, here's another thing we needed to get to. Bigfoot is now having direct contact with abductees during abduction events. Let me say that again. Bigfoot is now having direct contact with abductees during abduction events. Meaning, they bring Bigfoot along.
Mm-hmm.
I have pictures of them being at his house, and I'll show you those. They showed up Christmas Day. And they did weird stuff like they do with Mike Patterson. They left him a gift, 2 gifts, to let him know that they were really there. Here's another side. Yeah, you see this rock is just,
It's
like
burnt
the-
on one side,
yeah, literally thousands and thousands of degrees there. Where
and
the
it
other
melted.
side, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the other side didn't receive it. That's because the blast came from this direction. Again, I feel like that was somebody tearing apart ancient Egypt for some reason.
Wasn't there a during Hiroshima or Nagasaki, wasn't there like shadows left on the ground from the blast?
Literally, yeah. People were
So,
literally, yeah.
I wonder if there's any shadows under the ground, under this dirt right here.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
That
Wow.
would be neat to see.
Wow, to see someone, that had actually been fused into the stone somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, wow, that's a neat idea, Lee. That's what we need. Different ideas, man. I like that.
Well, thank you, man.
I'll remember that forever, bro. I will be looking for that now as I study Egypt, which that's an ongoing thing till the day I die. So I'll eternally be looking for people's death shadow on Egyptian stuff now.
Yeah.
Thanks, pal. Something else
Hey.
I gotta look for.
You're welcome, buddy.
A rock in my sack. What can I say?
Hey, what about the connection with Egypt and Tesla? Is there you studied much of that?
I think that there's a possibility that the Great Pyramid. I saw 20 years ago a kid talk about having hydrochloric acid in the bottom of the pyramid and the burn marks on the walls to show it. And that you would need to have a source of water to help keep it reacting. And most people don't know.
There's a river under there.
Guess what's underneath the Great Pyramid, folks? A spring.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what else is buried all the way in the bottom? There's a sarcophagus all the way down underneath the pyramid in the hidden chamber down at this spring. There's a sarcophagus in there also.
And
And if
isn't
you
that
don't believe me, folks, go look yourself.
isn't that supposed to be a god that they found down there in the sarcophagus?
Yeah, that's supposed to have been.
What's his name?
ISIS? Is it? Or not ISIS?
Shoot.
brother.
Osiris.
Her brother, Osiris. Yeah, that's supposed to be. Yeah, so the pyramid. That's what people don't know that either. Is that the mythology is that one of the first Christ stories, Osiris was killed and his sister built the pyramid to then use Thoth to resurrect him. And so that's what mythology says the Great Pyramid is. It's a resurrection chamber.
Have you seen the emails for the well, I shouldn't say the name, HRC, the email where Hillary talked about looking for the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, see, that comes when she was messing with Mr. Rothschild before they ever got in their seat of power to destroy mankind. Oh, did I say that? Sorry.
Whoops. That's all right.
Whoops. Well, you know, when Bill and Hillary in, there are so many jobs, man. You could build houses, man. You could do all sorts of stuff. But I tell you what you couldn't do. You couldn't work at Zenith or a million other giant plants that were allowed to go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
They
Sure
sold
were.
our manufacturing base to China to get rich.
I talked to a guy that worked at a Navy shipyard where they made submarines.
Wow.
And he was a welder, and I started saying stuff about them, and he said, I can tell you for a fact that that's true. He said that back when he was working there, the Navy personnel, they were pissed off because he had given China the coveted propeller technology in exchange for campaign donations.
There you go, yeah.
They were pissed off.
And so is how you make economic slaves, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Next picture. Let's go. It's fun. Thank you, guys. I needed a platform to be able to just release some of this to people. And I haven't had a good experience previously trying to do this. And this is so much better. I really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, man. That's what we're all what this show's about, is giving everybody a voice and a place to say what they need to say and get the truth out there, because we've all got a piece of the puzzle and we all need to help try to put it together.
That's right. Everybody needs to just help us build the nomenclature.
The cryptid community is kind of like the Tower of Babel. Everybody needs to come back together.
Exactly. And we really need ufologists to step across the line and start admitting the incidences where their abductees that they work with are talking about cryptids. Some people they're open with it. Some people they're not trying to play both those games. God, I wish you could find Mr. Gray, Lee.
I don't think I was going to say, I don't think I have that photograph. Dave, are you there? I think he muted himself. Let me see. Are you still there? Let's see. Argo, you there? Hey, Phantom.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you. I think he's.
Yeah, I'm barely hanging on. I got like 3%, but I'm charging.
Hey, do you have that picture that he keeps talking about, Mr. Gray?
Everything he sent to me, I sent to you.
Okay.
I'm not sure which picture he's talking about. Actually, when he was bringing that up, I was wondering.
Yeah, let me see if I can get on here and look, because I thought I downloaded all of the stuff that you sent.
Yeah, he sent like one in a whole bunch in a group, and then a few separate ones. But I'm not sure which one he's talking about.
I got all of those. That one.
Sorry, my the audio was sounding like robotic again there at the end, and I didn't want to lose the connection.
No, I don't have Mr. Gray. Everyone that I've got all the pictures that you had. What a show, David. This has been awesome.
I know, man.
What an honor to have a guy on like that.
This has been a tutorial for the ages.
Yes, it has. Man, I don't know why he got kicked off. Oh, there he is. Is he back? Oh, I can't. Doggone it. David. I'm gonna restart it again to see what happens.
Okay.
Oh man, Argo. Sorry we can't hear you, man.
He said he was given the feet. Like, hold on a second.
Okay. You know, I that's what I love about this show is to give people a platform to be able to say whatever they want to say and non-judgmental about,
Right.
you know.
Right, and you can tell. You can
So how
tell
about
he's
now?
getting a lot
Gotcha,
off
buddy.
his chest.
Okay.
There we go. Woohoo!
Yeah, we was just talking about how we like the platform and people be able to say what they need to say and get the truth out there.
I just want cryptologists to understand that they're dealing with more than just a dogman or Bigfoot, and they need to come prepared and they need to observe appropriately. They need to be aware and they need to understand that they're not just hunting that. They're hunting all of it. And so they need to change the way they hunt just a little.
I really appreciate your common sense way of looking at things and your forward observation experiences really came in handy for you, and you do a really good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Thank you for your service
support.
and for protecting our freedom.
Thank you. Thank you. It was
It's an
it was
honor.
fun
Yes,
most of the time.
thank you so much.
Yeah. Dave, I just sent you the two most incredible pictures you're ever going to see.
Did you just?
You'll have to send me some more. I may not have got them.
I just sent them. I just sent you two pictures. That's why I was off. I collapsed down, sent those two pictures to you.
Hey, go over, shoot them over to my messenger, David, and I'll open them up and show them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I sent them to you. Just push them right over to him. Excellent.
Awesome, man.
How often does a human being on planet Earth get to snap a picture of a gray?
Oh man, I want to see this. I'm excited.
Yeah, you do. And guess what? My buddy's done it twice.
Twice. Hey,
And it was twice, bro.
Wow.
And they're actually not pictures. They're freaking video. Like they happened on live video.
Holy moly.
Yeah. 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 You know, it's a problem for the aliens, I think. You know, before you could mess with someone on a telephone, on a rotary telephone, up, phone lines out. What do you do when someone's streaming to 10 people? Well,
Absolutely.
if you need to get close, you still need to get close, but you can't affect anything, so you better be hiding. Oops, don't get seen.
Okay, I've got that one. Let me see here. What else?
And
Oh,
the other
wow.
Well, the other one is one of the strangest cryptids you're ever going to see in your life, pal. Now, I don't know what it is, but it's there. You can see it. Also taken from video while it was live streamed. Yeah.
Okay.
So I say those because people go, well, it's a pic. You know, you could have done anything with a pic. Well, no, it was a video and it was live.
I should have them on here, so let me see if I can get them to come up here.
Oh, gosh. Oh.
Okay, let me see here. Let me go back. I'm going to go all the way back because I think they're right at the beginning. Oh, there it was. That's one of them. What in the world? Wow.
Woo!
That's wow.
Now, this is a live video. He is talking to another Australian woman at the time, and they're live streaming to each other, and she's an abductee also. Says to him, I feel like my people are with you. He says, what? She says, yeah, I think my people are with you. Look around. So he jerks his phone up in front of him so he can kind of look around behind him. And that's the first thing that comes out. Now, folks will notice that you even see shine of the sun in its left eye.
Wow.
There it is. Ever wanted to see it gray? There it is, folks. There it is.
Boy, you can really see the eyes in the sockets and the whole 9 yards.
Dude, I have seen this backyard a million friggin' times. He has neighbors right beside him to his left. There's about 40 yards until the next building on the right. There's family right on the right. The Bigfoot are around his house all the time. They leave evidence all over his yard.
Wow.
And this is right in the middle of Melbourne, sitting right on the river.
That is amazing.
Yeah, that is an amazing photo. Like, that is, and that's a still out of a video. And the only reason why I caught it is because as he flips it up like that, the woman he's talking to says, I saw him, because it darts or disappears into nothing, whatever. It disappeared. It's not there anymore in just a second. But there's the proof it was there. But he sees it, actually, turns around, it's gone, and realizes that he's recording, gets off the phone with her and says, I got to call my buddy. I gotta go. I got to call my buddy. Goes and finds where it's at, puts it on a still, then takes a screen of it and calls me immediately and says, guess what just happened? I'm like, yeah, buddy. I told you. Even though you don't see them, man, they are probably right there with you quite a bit.
Have you had any reports, Chad, of any of the aliens being described as little black cloaked figures, like wearing little black cloaks?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I had one come to the window one night and I caught it.
Oh God!
I was face to face with it, but I couldn't see in the face because it was behind the cloak, and it backed up off the window, and it slowly turned, and I could see every ripple in the fabric on this thing, and it looked like silk. It looked like a silk. You know how silk has a shine to it or a shimmer. And this thing went across the yard at an angle, and it started out slow, and the farther it got away, that was like it was in a vacuum, if that makes any sense. It was like getting faster, and it got right, and it was floating. It was floating off the ground. Yeah. And it didn't have legs. It didn't have legs or arms or anything, but it shot across.
When it moved away from the window, do you feel like it used legs to back up, or do you feel like it was using the same mode of travel to back up?
No, I watched it the whole time. It backed up off the. It backed up, and when I say this, I'm going to say it was like almost like a mechanical movement. Like it went right back, like it was on a conveyor belt like type thing. If that's the movement. It was like it just went straight back. It didn't bob, weave, up, down, nothing. It just moved straight back, and then it rotated. It rotated at an angle, and then it shot straight across the yard. And when it got right to the edge of the yard, it was like it was sucked straight up in the air, just like you'd suck a tissue paper right up in a vacuum.
Ooh, that is creepy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in order to look in that window, that you had to been 7-8 feet tall, because the crawl space was 3 feet high or more. And
how tall do you think the being was that was going across the yard, though?
It was about 3 feet. About 3 or 4 foot tall.
Mm-hmm. That's a gray, and they are seen in the black cloak a lot. It's normally when they're either outdoors, like trying to get close to someone to see what people are doing, or if they're in your house, around your house, trying to get close to see what you're doing.
And why I thought this, I have no idea. But when I saw it, and it saw me, it backed up off the window like it was scared, like it knew that I could see it, and it backed up off the window. And the first thought that came to mind when I saw it was, they found me. And I don't know who they are or why I said they found me. But
I do.
And then the next day, it was either next day or two, I had sleep paralysis, and I could see out of the corner of my eye, and this being was standing right beside the bed. And then I blacked out.
Mm-hmm. Did it say anything or touch you with anything before you blacked out?
No. but I had dreams, almost like out of body type dreams, where I would see this thing in the closet, like it would be hiding in the closet, like acting like it was part of the clothes, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. There are levels of disturbing that are so disturbing.
But I wasn't afraid of it, if that makes sense.
Of
I
course
was.
you're not. You're in their AOE. They can't have you panicking because panic creates endorphins, and endorphins break you loose of their control.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought I'd left the wind. I thought that I had left the lights on outside, but what it was I had actually shut the porch light off, because the way I was raised, you keep the lights off, and I thought, damn it, was I a dumbass and left that light on? So I was sitting. I was awake, so it was like 1:30 in the morning. I stayed up late, and so I went to sit on the edge of the bed, and I looked in the window, and there the light was on outside, but it had kicked a motion detecting floodlight on, is what it was. So it lit it up like daylight out there. So he got caught. He set the motion light off.
Yeah, and he probably wouldn't ever get caught again.
Yeah. Hey, and check this out.
Just once. They learn
Yeah.
way too well. One mistake is all you get. They'll never do it again.
Check this out. I just remembered this, but my wife's her uncle lives on the same road as where we used to live, and he was telling me that he saw a big black wolf looking type creature that he said was about 4 feet about 4 feet tall, and it crossed the road and headed over by his house, and they seen it one morning walk by the outside of their patio, and him and his wife were watching it, and she said, make sure you go and lock that door, and because they didn't want whatever that was trying to get in the house. It scared him to death.
Yeah.
So there's a cryptid sighting in the same area as a UFO or alien. I believe it was alien, is what I think it was.
Wow. I don't know. Do you know who Britton Salwin is?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I actually got to eat breakfast with him in Kentucky. We went to a Crypticon, and we stayed in the same hotel,
cool.
and we got to eat dinner and breakfast with him.
Damn, used to really like old Brent, boys.
He was a real deal, man. He was really nice, a very nice man.
Yeah. So when he sent me this picture, I instantly thought of Britton. And at the time, Britton had just went into the hospital.
Oh man.
Yeah. And so this is and do you see why I thought of Britton?
The Darrow.
Yeah.
The nose.
Yes. I don't know if it's just an effect from it being video and then a little zoomed.
But it looks like it looks like a Darrow.
It almost looks like some kind of proboscis on his nose, man.
It sure does.
Yeah, no, I don't know. And I instantly thought of Britton. It's obvious looking at it. I know the man. It's obvious it's real. So then I'm like, because, Britton's story is different. It was different, I know his story like the back of my hand. And
yes.
And Britton was one of the only, one of 3 people that I ever heard talk about the Darrow, which is just a genetic form of the gray. Okay, I'm just going to put it that way because that's what it is. Mm-hmm. But I had never heard a bunch of people talking about the Darrow. When I saw this, I went, holy shit. Mm-hmm. Is that something like Britton saw?
That's just perfect. I didn't think of that until you just said that, but it makes perfect sense, and it looks exactly like what he describes.
Yeah. When you look at it, it's like you go, oh yeah, probably what Britton saw. Yeah.
Wow, I'm looking at it again.
Yeah, it's the first thing I thought. It's just it instantly hit me. I thought, oh my God, that's the thing that Britton saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wish old Britton was around, boy, because let me tell you, I could have showed him that while he was sick, but I had no business prying in any of his time, so I never did send it to him.
He would have loved that, you know it.
I know he would have. Don't you it hurts me, Because Brenton
Yeah.
was a good guy.
Yes, he was.
Brenton was truly one of the goods out there, you know.
He
And
was
it's-
doing good stuff. He really was doing.
Yeah.
I liked his biblical perspective that he had on it. I liked
I didn't
that.
mind this biblical perspective at all. I don't
Yeah.
mind it. I don't have to buy into it, but I don't mind it at all. I get every man has their own convictions.
And you
for
know what?
reasons.
That Brenton never pushed that on anybody either.
No. He
And
always
I
wanted to hear
appreciate-
somebody had a Daryl story, though.
Oh yeah, I thought that Darrow story was just fascinating.
Yeah. What I don't like, see, I tend to think that Britain was just getting ready to undergo an abduction event, is what it was. And, you know, he was able, like happens rarely, a person is able to kind of fend off the abduction or escape from it, you know? And I think that's basically what happened, is Britain was able to ward off one of probably thousands upon thousands of unremembered UFO abduction events. I think that's what may have happened, but I wasn't there. I didn't live Britain's life, and I don't know exactly. That's my guess, is what happened. I know it scared the living hell out of him for the rest of his life, just like my Bigfoot encounter scared the hell out of me for the rest of my life. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. So there it is, folks. If you have problems seeing things in the sky and wondering if they're real, or if you're one of these people that understands that aliens are real and you wanted to know what one looked like, there it is. That's how close they get. He's probably reading his mind right now. It's probably what he's doing. He's probably not affecting him, except maybe when he turns around. When he turns around, he may affect him so much as that all he sees is green trees. There's another thing I can hit on. Two men in the forest, they see a Bigfoot. And they see a Bigfoot with an orange light. One guy sees a Bigfoot with an orange light, and the Bigfoot has brown hair. And the other guy sees a dog man with a yellow light. And they compare, and they're both scared to death. And then they realize they have two different stories of the same type of thing. I think I know what that is. I think that's one of them little, right there, in your head, making you see something because it's trying to terrify you to get it away from it. Because it's actually right there where you see that Bigfoot or that dog man walking. It's actually right there. That's why it casts that image from there. But it puts that in your head that that's what you see, so you get the DD Mao out of there. Right?
Yep.
That's why two men see two different things. Because it has to be inside each person's mind. It can't create the exact same experience. That's why it comes out differently. That's why it ain't real. Because they didn't both see and experience the exact same thing while experiencing the exact same thing. Because something was in their heads displaying something different.
I think I've got the other photograph here.
The one I call Froggy.
Oh, is that? Oh, he's a creeper too.
Oh, God, he's weird.
He is.
Yeah, I don't like, you know, I don't even know what to say about this pic because I don't know. I don't know, man. It was on live video. I know that. There it is. There it is.
Is that a baby rake?
I don't know what that is, Lee. You tell me what the hell that is, bro. And that's live video. So this tree, see how this tree is, well, you can see it's a Bigfoot tree by the branch that's beside him right there. So this is a whole big Bigfoot area that, ready for this, is in a nature walking area. It's this whole area is just swamp full of Bigfoot shit. Dog man and every other freaky genetic whatever there is. Hey, baby. Go to bed, darling. I'm having fun. You know me. I can talk about this for days. But yeah, so he sends me that, and I said, "Oh, is that, bro?" He said, "I don't know. I thought you could tell me." I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. It looks like it's got a fin on its head."
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I tell you who I'd love to have see this. Donnie over at Standing Goats. Donnie tells a story about when he was a teenager, him and a partner of his going to a party or some shit, and there being a whole field full of little lizard creatures, little toad creatures, or whatever. I'm wondering if that ain't something like he saw.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing's freaky. I affectionately call him Froggy.
He almost looks like he's got a horn on his head or something.
Yeah, like he got a little set of horns, but he got like a fin
Like a proboscis. Yeah, and he does have a fin looking thing on him.
back of his genetic head.
And what
Yeah.
and what function would that?
I don't know, Lee. I don't know. What function does a rake serve? What is it? Is it just, So there have been abductees in the past that have been shown mastodons, cavemen, dinosaurs in suspended animation. And this has come after someone saying basically, you don't know our history, you don't know where we come from. And the aliens are like in a brag moment go, oh yeah, step over here. Slide the door open, they go, see, I got everything I want from 100,000 years ago. You're wrong. And that's basically the way they put it across. Like, they want to show you you're wrong. They got all they needed from our past. Close the door, back to business. So people have been shown these things before. Why are cryptids on the ground? Well, this is disturbing. I think this comes back to Walking Among Us, the alien plan to control humanity by David M. Jacobs. I think it comes down to this. Genetic creatures are being released because they're creations and they're spinning something up for the future. And these things eat whatever they eat, grass, fruits, vegetables, people, small rodents, whatever it is. You kind of got to let them down on Gaia to be natural anyway. Like, you can't take a child and put it in a room for 10 years to grow up and expect it to be sane. You can't lock something that needs a natural environment, no matter what a genetic freak it is. If it needs the environment, then you've got to allow it to be in the environment sometime. Now, where is a safe place to put them down? I know.
National parks.
Right beside an abductee. Because we're already got a sentinel watching to make sure the gov don't show up and nothing hokey happens. Did you really follow what I just put down there?
Yes, I did.
So if you're a contactee and you know it and you don't want to admit it to yourself, I'm telling the audience this, but you are a cryptozoologist, okay? Because you're not going to go to school somewhere to get cryptozoology. Believe in yourself. That's what I had to figure out 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the best ufologist I know. Why? Because I'll shoot no shit.
Mm-hmm.
I will P's and Q's it. So why are these things around, these abductees? Because there's an AOE, there's a bubble of safety. They already have them deployed. Abductees are a commodity. They will remain safe. I did something kind of bad at this point with him. I explained to him my idea of this. Abductees are invulnerable in the woods. Yep, I said that. And this is what I mean. Can you get bit by a spider? Yep. Can you get bit by a snake? Yep.
Yep.
Ate up by a bear? Yep. Can you fall off a cliff? Yes. Can you get poison ivy? Yes. Will a dog man's part of the program eat your ass up? No. Why? You're part of the program. Will a Bigfoot snatch you up, twist your head off, and drink your blood like a 24-ounce soda pop? No. Why? You're part of the program. But if I step into the woods, maybe I get a pop-top head because I'm not part of the program.
Wow.
So he began to understand that he was kind of invincible. And he went nuts for freaking 8 months, bro. I mean, he wound up divorcing his wife so he could get free to go and do this. It's one of the things I feel bad about. Like, I freed him to understand so much in a way that's actual, that he gets to prove to himself that the things I'm teaching him are real, that it really is like that. He'll call me all the time and say, I'm like, I know, bro, I know, I told you a year ago, And he just finds it amazing that he keeps getting these revelations, and I'm telling him about things that he could do or not do, or things that will happen or won't happen, So why do I think these things are around abductees? There's an AOE of safety.
And it makes sense.
It's what it is, bro.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
Two of the most incredible pictures that I have in my lexicon. Right there, and you men just got to see them, and I'm glad to have shared them with you.
And we're grateful that you shared them with us, man. What an honor! Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome, brother. Enjoy them. Look at them all you guys want.
Oh,
they are fascinating.
They'll stay right with us, and that's just as far as it'll go, buddy.
Yeah,
we really
luckily
appreciate
now
it.
people can review this show over and over and over, and look at them all they want. I don't know that I've taught anybody anything here. I'm kind of a brash individual. I don't have a lot of friends, and I say things with a lot of confidence. But here's the truth. To speak intelligently about this subject, you have to sound like a narcissist. Because if you don't, you sound like you don't know what you're talking about.
There you go. Very well put. Very well put. I think you've educated people tonight. You sure opened my eyes to a lot of things.
I hope, Lee. I would like to continue a friendship.
No doubt.
Yes, we're definitely going to keep in contact with you, and we sure will.
Yeah, I'll come back anytime you guys want. We can get in depth on any archaeology stuff you want. The book, Walking Among Us, the alien plan to control humanity. Every single human being needs to go get this book yesterday. And if you're a contactee and you haven't read this book, I encourage you to please go and buy this book. It's very cheap. It's $10 or $12. You can get it at any place you can buy books. You can also get it in the Audible books. It's actually an Audible book, believe it or not. So
wow!
If you want to listen to it at work, on the way to 7-Eleven to get your cheese biscuit, get that audio book. Get it read, get it understood, people, because it's the tip of the spear in ufology. There are plans.
That's amazing. What do you think? What do you think the overall goal is? You said that there's people that they're controllers. Is that what you're saying? To control the population, and then the others are to fly the ships.
Lee, that's a great question. It's one of those questions where you literally make me bolt myself to the ground here, So, as per the evidence, no, let's do this. I'm going to open up the book now, and I'm going to go, and I'm going to read this verbatim, because I need everybody to understand this, okay? Mm-hmm. This is Betsy, and Betsy is an abductee, and she has a hybrid who is her controller. Yes, abductees have controllers. And Chatty is the name he has given to Betsy's controller named Chatty. Betsy is one of these that's brought on board a UFO and taught a job. Are you ready to hear a job?
Mm-hmm.
Get ready, world. Betsy coordinated her actions with Chatty, who in turn coordinated with others, although Betsy was not aware of the others until later. Chatty, the hybrid, told her that she had to control the situation completely. Any emotions the man had would interfere with her ability to manipulate him. Chatty also told her the previous task had been preparation for this next important one. I will take 15 seconds and describe the previous event. On the night before, not the week before or the month before, but in the night before, she was brought aboard a ship, put in a room above another abductee who laid on a table below her. She was instructed she needed to push her way inside his mind along with the help of the hybrid, and they were going to create a bridge in his mind that he would think was real that was across a giant canyon, and it was very thin, and that they were going to physically force him across the bridge. The event starts out, and the man can feel her and the hybrid getting into his brain. He starts freaking out. She loses control. He jumps up off the thing and runs off screaming into the ship to where in just a minute you hear him go silent. And then come blindly and dully walking back in with two grays. She says to her hybrid, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. He says, don't worry. You did a great job. You did a great job. Next night, they come and get her for this time, and they tell her, this man is more susceptible. And so it starts like this. Now, she is under regression right now, and she is recalling direct recall. Folks, this is my task to see if I can take control. He's helping me to get into the right mindset, sort of. It's almost like steeling yourself to do something difficult, but that you must do. And then he's telling me to begin, and I'm pushing the man to jump off the cliff. This is something he is horribly against. He's terrified, but I can't let up at all. I have to control him completely, even through his horror and fear. God, this is just awful. And you have to understand, this is live. She's living this a second time. David Jacobs says, but before they said not to let him fall. Her answer, but at the time, I'm not really feeling any emotions at all about it. Before was not controlled and coordinated. This is. He won't be hurt, but he doesn't know this. I'm not sure I am completely aware of it either. I'm on some level, but I'm also very much in the moment, and as it's going on. I'm mentally pushing this guy, and he's resisting me, but I can feel I have the upper hand in it. I've got control over him. I finally just feel him completely submit to my will, and slide off the cliff.
Wow.
60 to 70% of all abductees are trained for the job of
Control.
crowd control. Move right along. We know you're all scared. Move right along. Move right down here. Right down here. I'll give you an instance. You could go find Dave Jacobs say this himself. He has a female woman who is a professor. She comes to him about her abductions, and he's got her under regression one day. And she says, yeah, and we're standing on the edge of the street, and I'm with the Hubrids, and we're kind of mind controlling everybody as they run by, and we're telling them, just stay calm, just be calm, folks, just keep moving, it'll be okay. And Dave says to her, excellently, he says, wait, so you're a professor with all this education, and a lot of it is in language and linguistics and communications, and they don't want you to be an ambassador? And she's under hypnosis at the moment. She says to him angrily, she snaps back to him, I don't know what to tell you. They show me I'm sitting on a street corner with 2 or 3 other Hubrids, and we're mind controlling these people, trying to help them down the road. I don't know what to tell you. Boy, people get angry, the truth comes out, don't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it looks like it's exactly as she said. She's like, look, I don't know what to tell you. They show me sitting on the corner. I'm helping these humans mind control these people who are running panic down the road. After the session, he asked her to draw what she saw. So she drew an aerial picture of this. And people could go and watch all this themselves. She drew an aerial picture of this, of a cul-de-sac, looking down at all the houses on each side of the street in the cul-de-sac. And you're up sitting at the end of the cul-de-sac, nice big UFO that people running in.
Wow.
Approximately 20% of everybody that's being trained is being trained to operate the vehicle. I will give you another instance. This was also a terrifying incident because of the way it was said. Man is brought aboard a ship for the umpteenth million time and he's taught to maneuver the ship. But today's exercise will be a little different. Today's exercise will be about catching the escaping humans in the river.
Oh, wow. Wow.
A few days before that, he was trained to be able to fly the ship down and rescue a hybrid or a gray that was being chased by angry humans. The guy made a drawing of it, and it's literally like three guys, like they look like they're from like The Walking Dead, running after a gray and a ship flying down to pick it up.
Wow.
And you heard her say herself that she's doing this seemingly willingly, but unwillingly, like someone has your remote control.
Like you're
So
she's
60 to
a conduit. Like
Yeah,
she's a
yeah.
con.
Yeah, and it's like someone has a remote,
Yes.
and a very powerful remote, because this woman's able to get inside another man's mind and make him image a canyon, and then wrestle him mentally and throw him off. You know what they say to her afterwards? I could start there, but I'm not gonna. Everybody needs to read the book themselves. Basically, he says, "Oh, great job." The scene ends. Boom. And the guy gets caught. The other Gray's running to deal with him because he's freaking out. And her, of course, her hybrid handler says, "Oh, excellent job, excellent job. Now we can move on to the next phase."
You know, that almost reminds me or makes me think that they're practicing for some mass event.
Of course they are, Lee. That's the point.
What are they going to be what are they going to be herding us for?
Well, Lee, what do you know about Neanderthal?
I heard that they were very intelligent, what I've heard.
Do you hear they up and fucking disappeared?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. I know we still got skeletons
because
up and
their genetics were at end of life. Or whatever their function was.
a new version must come.
Yes.
Yes, a new version must come.
Human 2.0.
That's right. A new version must come. And what's going to be the number one thing that's going to tool with the new version? Well, the old version that's stronger, a better hunter, better seeing at night, has bigger lung capacity, has thicker bones, etc., etc. It is not that we did, us little frail, ignorant fools, when one was made, somehow we made 3 or 4 of them, and we went from that till we went and killed all of them and ate them. That's science. We killed them and ate them. That's how they disappeared. Bones and all. Not me.
Wow.
You ain't selling me that. You can sell me that something happened and something came down and literally took 99% of them off the planet.
The Neanderthals.
And then dropped the Adamu down.
Which is what we are.
Which is what we are. Yeah.
And you know what? If you look around, you can almost see how genetically I'm not trying to knock kids these days, but they're just not as big as what I remember. That, like, when I went to school, it was like
men are getting shorter.
Yes, they're getting shorter. Yes, and more frail. And then, like, when I went to school, I remember, like, late 70s, early 80s. I remember the high school kids looking like adults, man. Like they were strong and big.
Yeah.
I mean,
so Betty Andreas and Luca, do you know who she is?
No, I do not.
Okay, Betty Luca is one of the most important abductees in history. She was studied by Raymond Fowler, who is one of the most important researchers in history. His books are mandatory reading if you're really going to be a ufologist. So, in one of Betty's experiences, they bring her aboard, and this is one of the few times she has an interaction with a mantis. And Betty was a very strong mental person. She was very strong. Like you could see in her abduction events that she was powerful. She had a powerful mind. And Betty's railing against what they're doing to her at the time. They're conducting whatever they're doing. And she screams at one mentally, "You don't have the right like any human would do. And the mantis walks over to her, a female mantis. She said it felt female. The mantis creature walks over to her and leans right over against her and literally bumps its forehead against hers and says ominously into her head, "We have the right."
Wow. We have the right.
It's one of the first times I ever heard of a mantis. It was one of the first times I ever heard one of them acting authoritarian with us.
Do you know who Simon Parks is?
That's the guy, Betty and Barney Hill. Yeah, that's another mandatory read. So he's the guy who really figured out that regression therapy could get to the truth.
Is there a guy named Simon Parks? Well, the Simon Parks that I'm talking about is the politician over in England that talked about being abducted by mantids.
I'm sorry, I was thinking Benjamin Simon, Dr. Benjamin Simon, the guy.
Oh, okay.
Did
Sorry.
Barney Hill. No, Simon Parks, it does sound familiar. There are certain people in history that I've intentionally stayed away from because either I had plenty on my table, you know,
Yeah.
or it was a ditto of another that it was the same type of thing. So there was kind of no need to research it because I might have a better subject here, you know. Like, you know who Jim Sparks is?
The name kind of sounds familiar.
Early 90s, and went around with the big abduction circuits with Doc Jacobs and Carla Turner and all of them, and he would tell a story, but he would never undergo hypnosis.
Hypnotic regression.
He would never undergo it, but always had stories that were so similar to abductees that, you know, a lot of people thought he was an abductee. I personally don't know, but I know he never went regression therapy, which that's the only place you learn what the hell they're really doing, what the hell they really want, what actually happened to you.
Oh, you know, like you have alpha, beta, or whatever the sleep
Theta.
pattern is. Is it theta?
Yeah.
What state of mind do they get you in when they hypnotize you like that?
That's a great question. You know, I don't know. I think it's. I don't know. It's something they do because they get complete control of you.
Yes, and well, what I'm saying is, like, when they do the mind regression, that gives you access to those memories. So that is the same exact pattern.
Yes,
that is the same exact wave that they're using to control you with.
Yes, and a lot of times you don't have to go event per event as you're going to someone with aggression. It's like once you get the actual real door open that they sealed in that event, the person may instantly live the rest of that event, which may take 30 minutes. They'll live it over the next 20 seconds, you know, because it just goes flying back in their head, you know.
That's amazing.
A lot of times, the next day they'll be doing something, and pow, out of nowhere, just a screaming flood of memory of a time they were abducted and every single thing about it. But it takes that regression to, like, pick the lock.
You know, I had a cousin once that told me a story. I grew up with her in my neighborhood, and our parents and everybody lived in the same neighborhood. And she told a story when she was little about how this UFO came down and landed behind her garage and was loading up everybody basically in the neighborhood. And when she said that, it was like I saw like a screen memory of that event, and like I could see my dad and different family members being loaded on board this ship, and just almost like the way she's explaining it, but I could see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that was probably a triggered event that allowed you to literally see in your mind's eye your participation in that event.
And you know, here's the thing. Back in the would have been in the 70s, the late 70s, I think. There was a UFO flap in Muncie, and that's where I grew up. And I remember being little, and I remember them saying that those lights are out here, and everybody would go outside and they'd watch these lights, dancing around in the sky. And
So, if a man understands that he's an abductee, abductions follow families. A person, as far as I can tell, and I'm pretty damn confident, they are never going to be walking out in the woods somewhere or any damn where and have never been an abductee, and suddenly that from that day on they get abducted and an abductee. Doesn't work that way. It comes to you through your family. Your mother was an abductee, or your father was an abductee, or both of them were. But it doesn't matter. If you were the child of an abductee, you are now an abductee. And every child that you have is an abductee.
My, you was talking about the nosebleeds, right? I used to have nosebleeds on a regular basis when I was a kid. Like I'd just be standing there, and then all of a sudden my nose would just be pouring with blood.
Yeah.
And my grandmother, I don't know how she knew to do this, but she made me wear a lead sinker, like a fishing sinker.
What? Yeah.
Around on a necklace around my neck, and she said that will stop those nosebleeds. And when I started wearing that necklace, it all stopped. I don't know why it had to be a yes. But then I something that just came to me when that was going on, when I was having those nosebleeds and all that. That was the first time I'd ever seen a real praying mantis, the bug. And when I saw that praying mantis, I freaked out because I went hysterical when I saw and it was the eyes on the thing. It was something about the eyes on it.
And just the whole thing too. But
yes,
especially the eyes.
and the way the arms are on it. Yes. So I don't know if that was from an abduction thing or.
Does anybody know what? Does anybody want to know what an insect-like one looks like?
Yes, I do.
Hearsay. I don't know this. This isn't something I know. This is hearsay. But it comes from pretty good sources. And Doc Jacobs has actually confirmed it too. With
brown skin, maybe?
Well, I don't know about skin color. I know about their structure. So, literally, imagine from basically belly button up is a praying mantis. Literally, a praying mantis. It's a bug, guys. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
From the waist down, it seems to have almost like a tetrapod body. What I mean by that is 4 limbs that are kind of elephant foot-like looking.
Okay.
That's
interesting.
Yeah.
I had a dream about being on a ship one time, and I was walking down this hallway, and it was like a metal grate hallway looking thing, and I passed this little being in the hallway, and it had a hat on and some kind of glasses looking type thing, but it didn't have much of a nose, and it had a big wide mouth on it, and this thing stopped right beside me, and it looked up at me. And I could hear it in my mind speaking, and it looked up at me, and then it looked down the hallway, the way that I was walking, and it looked back, and when it looked away, I looked down the hallway, and it said, "What is he doing here?" And there was a tall being standing down at the end of the hallway by a podium looking thing, and it had a brown, like a brown colored skin, and it had eyes, and the face, the shape of the head was almost a mantis looking shape, but the eyes were like a yellow. They were like a yellow color with black centers in them.
Oh God!
But I wasn't scared of it, and then I woke up.
No, because you were in the AOE.
Well, there you go. Under their control.
We can't have your endorphin levels up. We can't have a rogue human on the ship. I'm sorry. Keep him under control.
And there was another dream that I had right here at the house where I'm living now. And when I walked outside, this thing come down out of the sky over the driveway, and it looked like a blast door opened up on the side of this thing. And when it came down, it looked like it was only like the size of a VW. And when the blast door opened up, I walked inside, and it was huge. It had labs in it. It had control panels in it. It had these beings in it that had a gray, like a grayish green colored skin, and their lips were like an orange color, and their lips were similar to what we have, but their hair was a nappy white. It was nappy white hair, short white hair. And the nose on them, they didn't have a nose other than it looked like a little triangle slit. I got to go by the control panel where they were flying the ship, and I talked to him telepathically, and I gave him a warning about Fukushima. Yes, I gave them a warning about Fukushima. I said, be careful with the Fukushima because it's giving off radiation. So, but I could see people in a lab, and they were in lab coats, and there was it looked like a regular lab, like with beakers and different things.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I hear things like that, like Demented at the console. No, like that's awesome. That's impressive. Some people that are abductees have incredible recall.
Mm-hmm.
It not for all events. It's always selective. There's no way to tell what event may be remembered, but every now and then it's like, it's just like you said. I had this dream, but man, this dream was so vivid, and we did this and we did that and we did this and we did that and we did this and we did that and we did this and we did that, and I'm like, damn. The longest dream recorded is like 12 seconds, and most people dream from 3 to 6 seconds, and all of that happened in 3 to 6 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. My dreams. I have had multiple dreams like that. I've been given messages in the dreams. I've seen.
Like what?
I saw the. You remember the tsunami that took out Fukushima?
Yeah.
I saw. I was standing in a house in Japan. You know how they got the ornate woodwork, and the water hit the side of the house and lifted the house up, and it went underwater. And then the next thing I saw was the coastline of Japan, and there was foundations underwater of houses. Wow. And then one of the messages that was given was it said, rivers will be roads and roads will become rivers. And we've literally lived to see flooding in areas like that where roads have become rivers.
Wow, that is.
So
can I give you a tool?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to be hard to remember the first time you get the opportunity, but the more times you try to remember it during something, is the more chance you're going to have of success with it. When you're having this dream, I want you to try to push your mind to a position real quickly where you can injure yourself. Bury your fingernails in your palms. Reach down and scratch the living shit out of your arm. Pull hide off. Make yourself bleed.
Okay.
Leave a mark.
Okay.
And when you wake up, look at your arm.
Okay.
Sad thing is that they can actually know what you're doing. Make you get home, never remember it. You happen to see it when you go sit down and take a crap. You're like, wow, what happened to my arm, man? This will hurt my arm. Oh, well.
Have you... Yeah, I will try. I will try and do that.
Pain. Pain will bring you out of an experience if it's great enough. And then they're in trouble. Then they panic. Oh, shit. He's awake.
Have you ever heard of them thinking about... if you think about snow, it'll confuse them? Snowfall?
No.
If you think of the snow falling, how it flickers and falls to the ground. If you think of snowfall, they say that it will jam that.
I can't believe that. They're so powerful mentally, they can literally make you play in your own poop. I don't see how thinking about snow.
You got a point.
Yeah, I don't think we just listened to a woman who was under their control, obviously to a great extent, but to some extent wasn't. because she understood, she felt bad about what she was doing and all this, but yet she participated. And what did she do with her mind with this other hybrid's help? She made a man jump off the cliff to his death. Do I think that they can be beat with snowflakes? Nope, sadly I don't. I wish they could.
Well,
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Well, that's common sense way of looking at it. Did the man actually die, or was it like a virtual reality type thing? Like it was
No, it was him really there in the chair or on the table, them above him in a room, and the hybrid helps her push her way into his mind, and they set the scene.
Set the scene, okay.
In his brain. He don't know. It's real to him. It's completely real to him.
So that may explain some of the vivid dreams that people are having, where they have bad things happen to them in the dream, and these things are putting that in their mind and making them play out those scenarios.
Sure could be. Just the fact that they're training people to, I'm just going to say, murder someone else by
mind
mentally controlling them. I don't feel like they're getting ready to show me the new Star Trek movie in my brain.
No,
I don't. I find it highly disturbing that for 25 years people have talked about being trained to crowd control and to catch the escaping humans in the river.
Hey, well, that night that when you said that, that made me have a memory of another dream that I had, where these aliens were coming down the road, and they were hurting people with some kind of electricity device that was shooting out. It was shooting out lightning. It was like it would look like lightning. Like how
was it hurting them?
Yes, they were hurting them down the road. Like
was it hurting the people? Or was
yes.
It just...
Yeah, I mean, they were like staying behind them, but they were directing them with it to where they wanted them to go. Yeah. And not only were they when they were on this road, they would find like abandoned houses, and they would find humans in these abandoned houses, and they would run them out. Yep, and they were grays.
Yeah. That's a disturbing image, man.
Yes, it is.
That is a disturbing image. I've read enough transcripts to know that when a mantid or a powerful gray get near you, they just mind flay you. There is nothing you can hide. There is no secret. There is no escape, and there is no will. You do what you are getting ready to do that they want you to do.
You know how, like you said, that some people will have like leftover abilities, like they'll be able to hear what other people are thinking.
Yep, telekinesis, ESP, psychokinesis.
That happened to me, because I knew when somebody was lying to me, because I could hear their lie.
Tell me.
Well, I don't really want. It was we'll just say it was a family member.
Tell me the feeling. Tell me the feeling. How did you know?
I looked right at them, and they wouldn't make eye contact with me, and I just overwhelmingly, it was a knowing, like a voice
in your body. You
knew it. I knew it. Yep. I knew it without a shadow of a doubt.
Knew it. You knew it.
Yes, I knew it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Lee. I hope a lot of the things I've said will educate. Anytime you want to talk, bro, I'm Chad Argotanza on Facebook. Hit me up. Anybody else want to talk? Let's talk.
I sure will. Hey, you want to call it a night? It's 2:00 here where I'm at. I don't know what it is where you're at, but
yeah, that's fine with me. I'm just staying until y'all are through.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, and this was a wonderful adventure, man, to have this talk, and we would definitely want to have you back. We want to do this again. You have really enlightened me and really helped me out a lot with some things, and you've educated. Yes, you've educated me very well here. I
feel good. I'm going to bed tonight, and I'm going to feel good about that, because that's what it's about.
That is so awesome, man, and that's what our goal is here on this show is to learn the most that we can and to help each other through what we're going through,
Yeah.
and that's how we win.
Yeah, that's how we win.
That's how we win.
Yeah, not being in the dark, educating ourselves, being brothers about this,
Yes.
learning from each other without expectation and without judgment, being willing to learn from someone else that you may not like or that you may.
Yep, and we can
gotta
all
hear what people say.
we can all learn to agree to disagree, and we don't know what everybody's experiences are and what they've been through, and for other people to say, well, that doesn't exist or this and that because they haven't seen it, well, they don't need to tell me that it doesn't exist because I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know I've got my own experiences that I don't need somebody to tell me that it doesn't exist because I know that it does.
They ain't telling you anything.
And that's right. And I sure don't need the government telling me that they don't exist because they all know, they know darn well what they are and what they're doing. They may even be part of it. Are you still there, Argo?
I can hear you, buddy.
Okay, I think Argo is gone. So, I think it's time for us to sign out. What do you say, David?
Yeah, again, apologize for the audio issues on the end on my end too.
Yeah,
but an awesome show, and thank you, Chad.
Yes.
Definitely someone to come back. I know that.
Yes, we definitely want Chad back, and I think we made us a friend for life there, David.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Chad, for your service, man. And
absolutely, thank you.
We have a little ending outro song that
he's back.
I just wanted to say it's for all the fallen ones and everybody that's lost a loved one, basically.
Yep. Well, we're gonna end the show, Chad.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it, and
not a problem.
Hey, I told David, I said I think we made a friend for life, and anytime you want to talk to us or reach out to us, just give us a holler, and we'll do the same if you don't mind.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, Lee, I'd like to speak to you. We don't.
Okay.
I'm always on Messenger, and we're already friends. So
yep.
Anytime, brother.
All righty,
man. Good guys, man. What a great place.
You too, Chad. We love it, man. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for your service again, buddy.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, fellas.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night.
You too. Good night, everybody. And like we said, this song that we're going to play is for our loved ones that have passed on, and all of the fallen soldiers. And you want to add anything to it, David?
Yeah, basically just anyone that's lost a loved one, and let's love one another and stop all this hate.
This song's going to be like a prayer for all those that we've lost and loved and lost, and to know that the end is not the end; it's a beginning of an even greater journey.
Amen,
good night,
brother.
So good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.